time, though. People have done that quite a bit. Sorry, I'll wrap this story up now. Anyways, come assessment time, and the guides are now doing their canoeing one. I flat out refused, and the first set of students go off with the instructors, and I kid you not, they haven't even gone 20 meters from where they got into the canoes off the side of the bank, and the hippo breaches. They're not on purpose, just a hippo coming up for air, and capsizes one of the canoes, and I just stood there going, no thank you. I mean, the hippo didn't actually attack the canoe. Like I said, it wasn't an aggressive moment, it was just the wrong place at the wrong time, and I was like, no, I'm fine, thanks. And every other time I've been in a canoe, which is only twice, in fact, I had to go on one recently, like a couple of months ago, in end of October, beginning of November, and I almost had a heart attack. But the time before that, I was working at a lodge as a manager, and it was quite an experience that I got forced into, but I couldn't tell this person that had come out to check the lodges that I think canoeing is one of the most irresponsible things that you can do in the water personally, but lots of people do it and are fine, and so she forced me to go out in a canoe with her, and I definitely needed some liquid courage to be able to complete that. Anyways, won't be canoeing around Vuyatela Dam with this hippo or any other hippos, in fact. But it has been a very interesting morning. Hopefully we'll have more leopard luck this afternoon. I know Rexon, maybe he'll get a big cat, maybe a leopard, maybe a lion. It seems as though they're around at the moment on Pridelands. And we know that there are leopards on Djuma. Of course, we just need a bit of time to focus and find them. And if not, we always have the birds to fall back on. Hello, Heron. Penelope, that makes me very happy that you had a couple of laughs this morning. Of course, that's what the show is also about, is to unwind and just detach yourself from reality and go on safari with a group of friends. So I hope that we made you feel that way this morning. We'll all definitely keep trying to do that and throwing in a bit of wildlife here and there. But sometimes it doesn't cooperate. The Egyptian geese are chasing the heron. That's what is happening. So just to the right, the geese had their heads down, and they've got little goslings at the moment. And there's more than enough space, Egyptian geese. The heron is probably not going to want to eat your chicks anyways, or your goslings. But it is what it is. But I hope that you have had fun and that you've all learned something different. And maybe some of you will be trying white sauce, aka bechamel sauce, on toast this Christmas, thanks to Igor's grandmother. If you do remember to send us a picture, we'd love to, of course, see that. But we'll join you again this afternoon for the Sunset Safari, and if you missed it, check out the best bits by downloading the Wild Earth app.
Yes, I'm hoping everybody had a fantastic sunrise safari. Thank you from Taylor, Ben, and of course there in Amakala. Fantastic cheetah with Andrew as well, which is fantastic for the morning. Well, good morning everybody, or good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are watching from. Thank you for joining us here on our Escape to Nature. My name is Cedric Gold, and I'm going to be your naturalist on the dam cams this morning. So thank you for joining us. As you can see, it is alive. It is an interactive show. So if you've got any fantastic questions or comments for us this morning, or suggestions, please send them through. I am waiting in anticipation from everybody. But yes, it is quite a cloudy day here at Okukuyu in Namibia. As you can see, once again, always active. There's so much happening around this side, but I don't think it's going to be as hot as yesterday and the day before. It seems like it is going to be a nice cloudy day around this side. But yes, I'm going to be joined this morning on Escape to Nature with, of course, there in the northwest at Madikwe. Lauren's going to be joining, and of course down in the Eastern Cape at Kariga, photonaturalist Liam. So yes, we are definitely going to be looking out for any amazing things and some amazing stories. But yeah, thanks Taylor. I think you had some incredible stories this morning on our sunrise safari, and it's always nice. It's always nice to hear some interesting things from the guides and just to know exactly, in crazy encounters and things that you've had stuck in your hair, and what's happened on Drive with Guests. There's always some crazy things that do happen around here. But yes, as you can see, I have got some amazing wildebeest that's sitting around here at Okukuyu. And of course some nice giraffe in the background. It slowly but surely looks like they are making their way down. I'm hoping that the whole journey of giraffe comes all the way down to the pan and has a little bit of a drink for the morning. But yesterday I did a little bit of birding. I see that it was quite tough because there was a lot of wind around at Okukuyu, so with the camera it was a little bit tough to focus in and get to the birds, but it seems like the wind is not so hectic this morning, so I'm hoping that I can get some more birding done around the pan. And yes, I've also got the Djuma Dam cam up and running as well, so maybe I might head over to that side later on. I saw that Taylor had those two Nile monitors that were chasing each other around. Definitely quite an incredible sighting. That I know that I had something like that not too long ago at Twin Dams. Like a little bit of a bigger, larger one chasing a younger one around. So never know, maybe it is courtship, or maybe it is a little bit of a challenge to chase a younger male out of the area. Never know. But yes, I am going to take a look around here. I'm just going to see if we can, how many birds we can get on our list for this morning. Yesterday I did reach, just at the Okukuyu pan itself, I got up to 10 different species. So I'm hoping I can definitely pass that number this morning. But it's always beautiful just listening at the noises around these pans, and especially at some of these dams as well. We'll get all the bird choruses happening in the morning. Of course, all the wildebeest sometimes grunting and gnawing. And you never know, maybe we'll get something else that also decides to give us a bit of an audio test for the morning. Come on, giraffes. I would love all of you to come down to this pan. There's nothing better than watching giraffe drink, especially if they're all drinking in a line. And just like the lions, I think that's one of the things I love watching. I just can't wait for, especially the late afternoons when the sun starts setting and you've got a pride of lions, and I'm always kind of trying to work just the right timing out just to get down to that pan. And when those lions become active, they always tend to head to the closest watering hole to have a early morning, a late afternoon drink. And when they do drink, they always pretty much drink right next to each other. It's almost like they always have to have that contact. And I'm just hoping that we can get something like that with these giraffe. So I'm going to just take a look to see what kind of... We've got, looks like mostly females and youngsters. We're talking about the giraffe now. I'm just going to take a look up this side. Always. And I know that we're talking about audio and all that about, I think Taylor was talking about the audio on giraffe. You never really hear them. It's amazing. And it's actually, I've only heard them sneeze. So I haven't heard them actually make any noises or anything like that. I guess the audio is just, that humming noise is too the frequency is too low. But I heard them sneezing, so that's about as much as I've heard coming from a giraffe. But as well as they're talking about the eyesight, I mean, being such a tall animal, being in these big open clearings just like here at Okukuyu, you can imagine you need to use your eyesight to look out for any danger. And plus a lot of the other animals, you always find like monkeys and antelope always hanging around giraffes, because the idea of that is that they actually use the giraffe's eyesight and actually the length to kind of look out for any danger. There's another male coming on the left, not the oldest of males, and while I can say it's a male already, notice his ossicones are pretty much quite thick. So let's just take a look at him quickly here. Definitely not as much wind as yesterday. Seems like this camera is not moving around today. And you can see he's slowly coming through. It's amazing. It's such a tall animal. You would think around with all these rocks that's surrounding the pan, it'll be quite a tricky affair to get down to the pan. I'm sure it is. But then again, they do it very subtly and gracefully. And just kind of making sure that they're not going to fall over anywhere. But yeah, while we are going to be waiting for these giraffe to come down towards Kikuyu Pan, let's take a look at the weather. Okukuyu is going to be sunny today and 35. Well, I'm sure that maybe the clouds is going to start burning away very soon. Well, it looks like it is. So, yes. 35 degrees Celsius day here, so that is perfect. That's going to be a wonderful day. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot of action here, a lot of animals coming through. And what are they watching? They're watching something to the left. I always take notice of giraffes, and it's all body language. And body language is so important for one another. You can actually kind of just see what the other one is doing. So, are you looking? Yes, let me look as well. I'm also going to look, so we're all going to look. So yes, so let me look as well. And then I'm just going to quickly... Maybe it's a jackal that's coming around here. Let's just take a look. I'm just going to pan a little to the left just to double check what they see this side, because they've got fantastic eyesight. So I don't see too much moving. Maybe I'm missing something. I see a springbuck on that side. Okay. Maybe let's just take a notice of a springbuck, a lonely springbuck. Alright, slowly but surely the young male is coming towards the watering hole. And it's a young male. It's not the largest of males and not the tallest. I mean, these males can get up to about 5.5 meters, and I think this male's not fully grown yet. I'm sure he's still going to have maybe another meter to go. And pretty much almost the size of a female. And a female's about 4.5 meters, so a female's just about a meter less than a male. Alright. So they either kind of spread their legs, their front legs, to kind of go down. You can imagine being so tall. So they have to kind of get those legs really, those front legs really spread out. Or sometimes they do that real kind of crouching situation where they actually bend the knees. So you've got the two different kinds. Let's see which one this one's going to do. I think I've got a feeling he looks like a croucher. Let's see. I think he's going to bend his knees. Just checking first, making sure that it's all safe around there. So that you can get down, because they're very vulnerable when they go and drink, because you can imagine being so tall. I'm just going to double check here. Yep, it is a male. I wanted to say. I almost thought it was not a cow. I think it's a croucher. Come on. He doesn't want to play. Alright, let's see him again. He's playing around there. Oh, no. I think... Yeah, I'm wrong. He's a spreader. He's just spread his legs. Alright, I'm wrong on that one, so he's fooled me there. So yes, as I say, sometimes they can just bend those knees. And the rest of them coming down. So they are gregarious, so they're not family related, so they're all pretty much, once they move from herd to herd, they will never really stick in the same herd. It depends on each individual and how long they want to stay with this herd, and then move around and move to another group of giraffe. But yeah, when it comes down towards the calves, they will stick with mom for about 1.5 years to 2 years, or they'll stay around with the same herd. If it's a male giraffe, a male calf, you'll pretty much move away a little bit earlier. They say it's around about 1 year and 2 years and 3 months. He'll actually tend to start venturing on by himself. Okay, so we got another female coming through. I love that reflection. Oh, wow, that almost did a bit of an interesting little dance there. Flick the head up and put the legs together again.
It's the end of another year here at Wild Earth. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holiday.
This is what I was just waiting for, just to get all these giraffe at the same time drinking. But they seem very nervous. I keep on looking to the left. I don't know what's happening here. I saw some springbok actually approaching the pan area. And as I said, once again, giraffe are very nervous drinkers. As soon as they feel a little bit uneasy, as soon as they feel that there is a little bit of a threat around, they tend to delay the approach to the watering hole or even having a bit of a drink. Sometimes they can just hang around there for several minutes before they feel a little bit more relaxed. Okay, it looks like the two is now more relaxed there. One is definitely not taking a chance. I think what's happening here at the moment is, I understand there is a camp a bit behind, so maybe there might be a little bit of movement or something, and that's just a little bit distracting. That's why they're not feeling too comfortable. Okay, I'm trying to move away a little bit quicker now. I think they're not hanging around. Poor fence walkers between them, he doesn't know which way to go. Seems like he's being surrounded there. Oh, that's it. He needs to get out of here. I'm sure they're going to still take a chance. Yeah. As I said, they've got so much patience for the giraffes. They've got a lot of patience, and look, sometimes they need it then. But it's all about the timing. What is happening around there? Let me just pan out, zoom out a little bit. Let's see. But then we can see the cloud covers disappearing. A little bit earlier it was quite heavy. It's a nice warm day there. But yeah, I think I know Taylor and Ben was talking about things being stuck in your hair, and I'm driving that. And I've had a very strange scenario myself many years ago. Same thing. I think I was following a pride of lions, and going through the vegetation, and of course ducking and diving from all the bush willows and from terminalia trees and everything. And I thought, well, I'm doing pretty well and getting through very thick stuff. And it was at night time as well, so it was very tough, and to see exactly what was around when it came to trees and that. And unfortunately I went in and put myself, because my tracker told me to, go right, because it was like, I think there's a hole or stump or something on the left hand side, and I see that, go right. So of course I put my right hand down on the steering wheel, I pulled the vehicle to the right hand side, still following the lines in it, and the next moment I went in and put myself through a buffalo thorn. Now, a buffalo thorn is not the most pleasant tree to kind of get hooked into. It's also known in Afrikaans, we call it a waggebekkieboom, means wait a little bit tree, because it hooks you and it says wait a little bit. And I had this, my entire cap was ripped off my head, the thorns went into my hair, and I almost thought I was sculpted completely. It felt like all my hair was torn right out. And I stopped there, and yes, I was in pain. It was not a pleasant feeling, because the thorns were stuck in my head. I think I left half my hair on the tree itself, and of course with my cap, and lost the lines, because there was no ways I was going to continue with that, because I was tearing, because not in like crying, but of course just with the pain in it. So yeah, definitely I will not do that anytime soon again. It's definitely a tree that you gotta watch out for. And it looks like, I don't know, is it giraffe or no? Rain. I'm not happy or something. Alright, I'm gonna just take a look. I'm just gonna pan to the left. There's a couple of Cape Crows coming down. 2 Cape Crows. I'm sure that's not the reason that the giraffe are nervous. Well, I don't see anything outside. Yeah, let me just get a little bit open up. Alright. Yeah, I just got some impalas coming through, and a gemsbok that's far in the distance. Oh, and some kudu as well. Yeah, I think those giraffe are seeing other things that I'm not seeing. I'm talking about things getting stuck in there. That's in your hair. Also, not long ago as well, there in the Molowati, I was actually, as usual, always digging a little bit of a hole there and trying to get as deep as possible into the soil there and trying to get some water. And I wasn't live at that time, and I was trying to pull some water out there, and of course, I lost my balance. And I popped my head completely into that hole that I just dug. So practically I dug my own hole. And I actually had a little bit of clayish mud that was stuck to my hair. And I was not too happy about it. But on top of it, it was not bad. It was quite good for my hair. I thought it was one of those things where I'll find a new way of conditioning my hair early in the morning. I'll stick my head into some mud. So the giraffe are back again. I don't think they're going to get away too far. I think they're not going to make such a mission all the way down to this pan without having a drink. But you just have to keep an eye on them. Alright, so we're going to just continue just enjoying this giraffe, having a little bit of an early morning sunrise coffee. And let's head over to the northwest in Madikwe, as Lauren wants to say good morning to everybody.
We're looking at a sea of giraffes, not just one. I mean, it must be 15 plus. Elephants, zebra, the lot. What a great start to the morning. And it's nice and sunny. Welcome to Escape to Nature. My name is Lauren. That was Darby's thumb. He's very eager to get his thumb in the screen. And I don't even know where we start looking. I think the giraffes. Zebra in the background. Oh, there you are. We have been watching you, mister. This is a male. I want to say it could be the same one as yesterday, but I can't conclusively say that, so I shouldn't. But this is the male that seems to be very much dominant and ready and willing to mate, but hasn't found a receptive female. Oh. Did you see that little stumble? He hasn't found a receptive female yet, so he's very much hanging around this huge herd. We've got young boys necking, pretending to neck. We've got very, very young calves. We have everything here. But this old boy that did just walk past keeps going from female to female to female. He's looking for a female in estrus. I just don't think he's managed to find her yet. Because we've got a vehicle coming, and I'd quite like to get closer to the giraffe, so let's just see if we can navigate past this vehicle. There are elephants too, but I think the views of the elephants are not so great. Oh, they're also going to look at the giraffe, so let me just get past this shepherd tree. You did see big herds of giraffes like this in Amagala and in the Masai Mara, but really this boy is really full of energy today. He's after this female. Darby, how is this at a position like this? He might attempt to mate. I'm sure it's him from yesterday. It's the exact same spot, and his behavior is the same. He's really, really looking for a female. She doesn't seem too bothered by him. The female yesterday was not happy. He might try and mount her. That's what happened yesterday. If he's feeling that she's receptive enough, if this sort of chemical message is there. He's trying to smell and taste her chemicals to understand if she's receptive. See how slim her neck is? It's very slim. A lot of people say, how do you tell the difference between male and females? It is so remarkably obvious when you see them together. Female giraffes, believe it or not, are very petite. For a giraffe, obviously not in comparison to a human, but for a giraffe, they're very petite. Slim bodies, slim necks, petite ossicones, and in height, they are much shorter, believe it or not. Look at his neck. You see the difference? It's really quite apparent when you see them together. He's really trying to understand her. Rose Candy, what a beautiful start to the day. Absolutely. We've been following them for quite a while. They've been together in this area where we are right now, this sort of open clearing with lots of shepherd trees, open grasslands. Just unbelievable, the amount of giraffes we see. This just seems to be the conference spot where they all hang out. Now, this is very gentle play here. This is not aggressive at all. I would really term this as play. I wish I had my book, What a Fish Knows, because it gives a scientific breakdown for play in the animal kingdom and it's fascinating. You can see there's quite an age difference in these two as well. So they're not competing, they're just being boys and playing. When you come across one giraffe in the wild, it's a lovely sighting. Sort of what it's like in Juma. You come across one and it's wonderful. However, when you do come across a large herd like this, all sort of interacting, all different age groups, all different sizes, it really is quite something. I know some people say journey and tower and all that, but really it's just a big herd. There he goes again. think she must be either coming into Eastress same as yesterday or in Eastress. Otherwise he wouldn't follow her like this. He wouldn't smell her like this. He's smelling something, and of course it is the hormones and the chemicals that are being secreted throughout Eastress. And he's equipped to understand that. He has to understand it if you're a male in the animal kingdom. And she must be secreting some sort of... Yeah, he's Fleming grimacing. Do you see that? Evelyn, I'm not sure any of their senses make them particularly stand out against other animals. I mean, they are mammals at the end of the day. But with regards to giraffes specifically, they are very visual. They have really good eyesight. So when they are obviously quite a few meters above the ground, as they are, they can really see. They can see far. And that's one of the... Oh, there's a tiny one in there as well, Davy, as you move across. That's one of the benefits of being a giraffe. You can see, and you can see predators coming. They also have incredible hearing. And if you think about it, nothing really would exist without a purpose. It may exist, but then it would quickly fade out in nature. So why have good hearing if you're silent? And it was really assumed that giraffes had a taciturn nature, which means tight-lipped and very silent. It was thought for a very long time, humans being humans, that we don't hear giraffes, right? So they don't talk. And that's our biggest downfall, assuming things based on our reality. So it was thought for a long, long time in silence that giraffes were silent. They were taciturn. And it was also thought that they don't have a voice box, a larynx. So therefore, if they don't have the voice box, they can't produce sound. They don't get sort of sufficient enough airflow through that long neck, if you like. But actually, that's not the case at all. They're not silent. They are said to be a little bit more silent during the day, but in the evenings and nighttime, through using electronic equipment, scientists were able to determine that they're not silent in any way, shape or form, and they spend the nights humming. They call it humming. Now, it's obviously not humming as in what humans do, which is just a noise. It doesn't mean anything. But they actually hum all night long. And although it's happening, we just can't hear it. It's far too low for our hearing range. So that's why we assumed that they're silent. They are not at all. And therefore, they have good ears, they have good hearing. That should automatically suggest, they've got good hearing, yes, and maybe to hear threats coming, but there has to be another purpose. And the other purpose is, of course, to hear each other. Because they are talking during the night, they are communicating. But their primary sense in giraffes isn't anything that stands out, but it's definitely their vision. They're very, very visual during daylight hours. Then you've got to think, if they are relying on vision, if they're visual beings like us, then of course, once that sun goes down, they're going to lose their vision. They probably do have good night vision, but they're not going to be able to communicate that way. And therefore, that's why they vocalize at night. So that they can still communicate, they can still keep in touch with one another, they know where one another are, and they can raise the alarm if any threat comes. You think about it, they are prey animals to lions. And it does also make sense that maybe during the day they don't want to really just be too vocal, even although lions are mostly nocturnal. So they've adapted a unique speciality of being visual during the day, vocal at night, but it's low on that infrasonic sort of scale. They want to keep themselves low. They don't want to advertise themselves at night time. If they're chatting away, chat, hey, how you doing? How was your day? What you up to? I can't see you, but what are you up to? Lions would hear them, and it would give the game away. That's possibly why it's evolved to be that they talk in such a manner that's very, very low to most hearing ranges. Low frequency humming. And that's possibly how they can stay together. They've got little calves here, they've got young females. And how do they stay together at night? Well, by humming. So I hope that answered your question, Evelyn. They do also have a really good sense of smell. But when it comes to senses, you've got to break down what animals are using as their primary sense, their secondary sense, and then of course tertiary sense. Bundubash, I agree. This is a magnificent sighting. It's so lovely. I'm going to quickly count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, 15 giraffes. Give or take, I could be missing a few. And when I say sense of smell, I also mean very chemical as well. Obviously, when he's doing the Fleming grimace that we saw, they're sort of tasting the air, they're tasting the chemicals. Smell and taste are senses that are very intertwined and very difficult to separate. But they are very chemical. They have the olfactory capabilities and lots of chemoreceptors to communicate through chemicals. And this boy is trying really hard to use chemicals to understand who is receptive to mating. And chemical communication is just something that we can understand on a sort of scientific basis, but really that's about as far as we go. Humans are not chemical. And we, I think, struggle to understand what it's like to be in a chemical world. If you think about predators, lions and leopards, they maintain their territory, yes, through vocalizing, but mostly through chemicals. They communicate and create a territory using boundaries created solely by chemicals, an invisible wall. That's incredible. It's quite difficult for humans to get their head around, I would say. What a great start to the day. We are going to go and search and see what else we can find, but for now we're going to send you over to Cedric and Juma.
Taking a look around the side and just double checking it. I know it's nice to see old Dewey back at the dam itself. And yesterday we had a female was two young. I think it was yesterday or it was the day before. Day before. There was a female with a young calf and pretty much like a mid-age one. He's the only one around at Juma Dam at the moment. Being a little bit shy. See if he's going to come back up. I did see that Taylor had those two Nile monitors. I did have one now, but unfortunately it has gone into the thickets. But it might just come back up. A little bit shy. We're talking about Juma Dam. I think he's going to have to I don't think he's going to perform too much for us now. It seems like it's becoming quite a nice warm day there in the Saudi sand. Taking a look at that marula tree that's on the other side. And I've got a lot of history on that side because every time I look at that marula tree or every time I drive past it, I always look into the tree itself and into the canopy. I think it was 2017 when I was still working at Arusa. That was my last sighting of Karula. Was a tree. I saw them coming down and moving off. But yeah, that tree has got a lot of memories to me, and it's got a lot of understanding on, of course, Karula, and just some amazing moments that I had spent the side with that beautiful leopardess. So yes, that's why every time I look at it, every time I pass by, I have to take a look what's happening up in that tree. But yes, other than that, I am just going to try and zoom out and just take a look. I'm going to try and see if we can find those the one other monitor that has moved into the thickets, pretty much here where that fallen over tree is. That's situated here at the dam wall. And sometimes you'll find that those monitors will tend to go on and lie on top of the stump itself, especially that it is quite a nice warm sunny day, and then you can at least see them busy sunning somewhere on those dead stumps. Typical for reptiles or ectothermic, so of course they try and warm their body temperature up by using the means of sunlight, the heat. Quite windy. And once again, it's weird. Windy at this time of the year, in December, around Ajuma, very strange. But yeah, I think it is usually August, September we'll have our huge winds, but December, not really. Right, well, there's not too much happening on that dead stump. I'm not going to go and zoom in too much there, because I think seems like it's going to be quite tough to find anything around that side. But I am just going to try and scan. I know that they also had a grey heron somewhere along the water edge. So I just want to see if I can find that grey heron. It might be on the bank that's pretty much closest to us. And if it is, then it's quite tough, because there's something black there. Looks like I found it. Hello. Oh, did I catch something? No. So much patience. Definitely a grey heron or any heron species. Oh, there it's caught. No, was it drinking? No, I think it just drank water. No, it's just drinking water. And especially coming to these little areas now where you see like a little bit of the water weeds around there that's still sitting on the inside of the water. And sometimes you'll find like little frogs or even little fish like your tilapias hanging around there and keeping cover and making sure that they are safe. Of course, you'll see the grey heron is going to try and focus on that little clump of water weeds and see if it might be lucky seeing some movement. And you'll see with lightning speed that it will actually try and catch some aquatic animal. See the wind blowing quite a bit. You can see some of the feathers being puffed up from the wind. Definitely, I think it is focused. This grey heron is focused on something that's just between that water plants that's in the water. As I say, there are a lot of fish and frogs use that as cover. You can just see it's focused on something, but you'll see with lightning speed it might catch something that is swimming around there. Be very still. While we are going to look at this amazing bird of the grey heron, busy hunting some nice, hunting for some nice breakfast, let's head over to the Eastern Cape, to Kariega, as Liam wants to say good morning to everybody.
Morning to you all, folks. Welcome to Kariega Game Reserve. My name is Liam, and I am hanging out with our resident blessed book, Blaze. The man is on the prowl for some great greys. Ooh, sounds like I'm starting a poem here about Blaze. Oh, so we've started with a name. Now it's going to lead to a poem. Ooh. Welcome to Kariega, folks. It's lovely to be here with you. It is a nice overcast morning. The sun, you can still feel a bit of the warmth coming through the cloud. Yeah, it's quite a pleasant morning here on the plains. Just hanging out with our best buddy here, old Blaze. How you doing this morning, pal? Why don't you say hello to everyone? Tip top of the morning. Ah, Lisa, what a lovely comment. So nice to unwind and spend time in nature. Sure, I tell you what, I couldn't think of a better thing to do at any point in time. Just unwind, spending time with nature. And, you know, especially during this festive season, when you kind of surround yourself with, you try your best to surround yourself with people close to you, and to do so in the natural world, even better, even more special it is. Yeah, I have to agree with you. It is certainly lovely to unwind and spend a bit of time out here, and come to you live from some of these wonderful scenes happening in Kariega. The birds chirping is, I'm trying to just point out, let's see what we can hear. There's obviously yellow-billed kites around as usual. Our black cuckoo. Ah. There's a crowned lapwing. Sure. Sorry, Alice. So you are. So Alice asks, what do you call plants that contain large volumes of water? I guess plants. I think they'd just be called plants with large volumes of water. I don't know if there's a special name for plants with large volumes of water. Yeah, this. I don't know if I don't know how to answer that. I'll see if there's a word for that. But yeah, I mean, certainly the plants that you can see growing maybe in the frame at this time of the day would have more water in them than any other time of the day, because the plant has had the chance all night to recharge its leaves and such. So going from the ground, where we had a little bit of rain yesterday afternoon and last night, so the ground is nicely charged with some water, and with that the grass would have been recharged last night, had the chance to draw up any water that it's lost during the day, and would probably be quite nice and tasty this morning. Probably a good reason why Blaze is at it this morning, looking for some nice juicy charged up grass. our Haridar calling here just behind us. And then the lovely Bokmakeri. Pilili pilili. I don't know, it's a bird that always fills the air with such joy when it sings. Ever so subtle Narina Trogon also. That's interesting. Just gonna zoom out into the back of Blaze here. There's a lapwing that's landed here that I don't suspect is a usual suspect. That's not a crowned lapwing, is it? I don't think it is. So it's approximately 1/3 from the left hand side of the screen, and right in the middle where the slightly browner grass meets the slightly greener grass. And just wanting to have spend a bit of a moment with this. I suspect it might be a black-winged lapwing. Now let's just spend a bit of time watching this lapwing. It gave a particular call that that just didn't sound like the usual suspect. And so let's just have a quick squiz here. So if it is a black-winged lapwing, which is a really interesting bird, it's nomadic. It kind of moves around according to where the conditions of the habitat are right. He's sitting very, very still right now, and I've zoomed in as much as I can. If it is a blackwing, it's a really chancy species to come across. You never know where they're going to rock up. You need to have short, normally burnt areas that they'll be found in along the eastern coast of Southern Africa or South Africa, where they're found in very short temperate grasslands. So right here in the Kariega, up into the eastern, up into KZN. Yeah, what a cool bird. I'm going to stick with this for a bit.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in Southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of Euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 reserve.
two very closely related lapwings like this. So it's the black-winged lapwing, which is considered an uncommon resident, and then there's the Senegal lapwing, which is a species that occurs much further up the coast from Zululand northward. So basically Mozambique, Swaziland, where that starts, and then up the coast. So they don't overlap a heck of a lot, the two species, and so yeah, that's one of the easy ways to separate them, simply by range. But either which way, in both instances, you never know when you're going to come across them, because those circumstances, those short, temperate, grassy habitats are what they're looking for, and that is not usually very constant. For those who've joined only now, we have just been following this black-winged lapwing, and it appears to have one leg. A most unfortunate circumstance. I was trying to see now. James, indeed. I have to agree with you very much here. It's a really wonderful rare sighting. Folks, just a heads up, we do have a passing vehicle, so they will pass by and they'll be gone in a moment. So yes, James, indeed, a rare sighting indeed, and what a treat to have had it come to you live whilst we were watching Old Blaze. This was just that strange call that it gave in the background. That it's kind of similar to a crowned lapwing, which is not terribly, it's not rare. It's not that uncommon in many places. You'll get them. You'll probably be able to find them in most of the localities we come to you from. But this black-winged lapwing, this is a bird that you'd probably only really be able to find in the likes of Amakhala and Kariega. Now I seem to have lost it for now, and I can't seem to see it moving. Should be quite conspicuous having one leg and hopping around the way it was. So Megan asks, would a blind bird be able to survive in the bush? And Megan, if I'm honest, I don't think it would be able to survive at all. Hey, I think a bird's vision is far too important for it to just do almost everything that it needs to do. Coordinate flying, avoid predators, collect food. It doesn't. There are social birds that have a certain degree of care that they have with each other, and they can make up for those slight disabilities. But to be completely blind as a bird would spell certain death, unfortunately. Quite unlike human beings, who have the incredible social structures that enable us to overcome even deafness, blindness, and so drastic sensory disabilities. And that's what enables us to overcome such disabilities, is our incredibly well-structured social networks. So we can be, because if a bird doesn't have vision, it is simply not going to make it, unfortunately. Just too much depends on it. but some little disabilities, like as you can see with this lapwing, having one leg, it's still doable. I even saw not too long ago in Northern Cape, where in the arid regions there was a crow who had a very much a maimed wing. It's the first time I'd ever seen that, and I never thought a bird might be able to survive with a maimed wing like that. But this crow adapted its flight style to accommodate for this slightly maimed wing. So adaptable in other senses, but maybe not so much with eyesight. Well, it seems our lapwing has gone missing in action for now, but boy, that was one heck of an exciting find, folks. So nice to have had that moment with you all, and let's see, maybe it will give us a little bit of a call, and we might be able to spot it again. So I'm just going to pan over here to this little family of zebbies. Sure, Sandy's coming with the big questions here. I like it a lot. What role can we serve as a community to conserve the environment? Sure, that is we'd need an entire fireside chat dedicated to that, to really unravel what we can do as a community. I think for a start, having a good connection to nature, having rituals in nature that we value. So even if it's taking 5 minutes in a day, wherever you are in the world, and just take a moment to sense the environment. Roll in a bit of dirt, get the dirt between your fingers, smell the dirt. Maybe it's got a beautiful smell sometimes, the scent of fresh earth. I think rituals in nature is a very good start. And then I think another important component I can think of, a little bit of, sure, some serious bit of feud going on there. It's a wonderful question. I'd really love to be able to unravel it more. So, I think rituals in nature would definitely be one, and like I said, it can be anywhere you are in the world. And then to understand where our energy comes from. So where do we get our energy to do the things that we do every single day? Where does it come from? Is it a good place? Is it a bad place? Is it have a little bit more of awareness to where it comes from, and then where do you put your energy into? So where do you take that energy, and where does it go into? What do you invest it in? Do you spend your time in something that's going to benefit the planet, or is it going to be detrimental to the planet? So if you're conscious of some of those things, I think you can start to paint a brighter future. Yeah, there's some one or two things that I believe that would better the environment. I think as a human being we could stand to benefit a lot more from listening. So listening in a broader sense, not only physically listening to somebody, but listening to certain cues, trying to understand information that might be presented to you that you initially might not be aware of if you weren't putting your attention 100% into it. So often people have conversations and they you listen to each other, but you kind of listening on the surface because you're reading an answer. So to be able to listen 100% to what a person is saying or a situation is telling you can really help one better understand what is being presented. Sure. What else could I think that would be a good thing to contribute to the environment that could come from society? Sure, I mean those are a couple of good points maybe to ponder. Let me know your thoughts on that. I'd really love to hear more. That was a lovely question. Thank you. So, on that bright and broad notion, let's go and have a look at what's happening at the Djuma Dam Camp.
Thank you so much, Liam. Nice that you got those beautiful zebra down there at Kariga. But yeah, we are back at Djuma Dam. As you can see, we still have this grey heron. We're still hunting for anything that's going to be moving out. This is just spending some nice quality time with this grey heron because I definitely want to see this heron catch something. But somebody gave a name the other day for this grey heron that's always hanging around at Djuma Dam, and I thought maybe we will call it Erin. Erin the patient heron. How about that? Erin the patient grey heron. There we go. Yes, and as you can see is very patient at the moment and just waiting for that opportunity for something swimming by. And there's so many little tilapias, and most of these herons and the storks, the yellowbill storks, has been hanging around most of these dams, have been picking out a lot of these little young tilapias. And as you can see, slowly but surely he's just keeping an eye. So typical like the stork, they do more of the wading through the area. And of course looking and trying to get at the sediment up and see if it can maybe disturb something around there. But other than that, the heron doesn't do that. The heron is pretty much more visual and taking a look if it can actually pick up on something that is going to be moving past. As you can see, just patiently waiting, and this is exactly what I'm going to be doing as well, patiently waiting for this grey heron to make a move. But when they do strike, it is incredibly quick, and sometimes they'll actually catch it in the mandibles, in the beaks, or else they will kind of stab it with those sharp beaks. So definitely customized beaks for these waders and for the herons that's around here at the watering holes, at the dams, at the rivers. any kind of a water area, water body, you'll always find them fishing around. You can see just holding very still, and making sure it's not making any sudden movements. And looks like it wants to bring up that left leg, maybe. Oh, looks like the left leg wants to come up and maybe move a little bit forward, but it is doing it in very slow speed at the moment. So it's incredible. I love watching them. Even the grey herons and the black herons as well, squawk herons, purple herons. They're all definitely quite the patient bird. It looks like this old grey heron has the patience has run out, and I think it's just going to move along. And I won't be surprised if it's going to move towards the other side. There is some, I'm going to say, a water plant that's sitting inside of the water. Perfect and nice spots that they do utilize. Just on the right of the screen, just inside of the water, you see a couple of the, looks like maybe some kind of water weed. It's inside there, and that's what they'll do. They'll move around and just see what's going to be the best possibility and opportunity to kind of snatch something up. And take a look, and what I love about some of the herons, especially you've got the black heron and even the greenback heron, what they'll do, they'll actually use little insects as bait. So what they'll do, they take maybe like a pond skater or even mosquito larva, and they'll actually pick it up and they'll actually place it on top of the water, and then they'll wait for something like maybe a frog or even fish to come up and snatch that insect. And as soon as that fish will snatch that insect, of course the heron will grab the fish or the frog. So pretty much they learned how to fish, which is amazing. Learned how to use bait. Incredible how animals and birds and everything really works, and how it's adapted throughout the time. Well, I do apologize for that. It looks like I think Juma Gam is just and a little bit of a problem there, but yes, don't worry, we are still here at one of the other pans in Namibia. We are at Okaukuejo, and as well still a lot of activity happening around this pan, as always, and it seems like it's just going to be a wonderful day around here with a lot of amazing antelope and zebra. So we've got springbucks here, we've got kudu, we've got gemsbok, and as well the zebras that's moving away. But what is all those birds? It looks like a lot of Cape crows, am I right? Yes, loads and loads of Cape crows that's busy enjoying a drink for the morning. As I said, I was going to try and do some birding here for the day, so let's try. Let's start off with Cape crows. Alright, so let's tick it off. We've got the Cape crow, of course these beautiful pitch black birds that's having a drink, and I enjoy quite a nice flock of them. Oh, and we even just saw a blacksmith lapwing flying by, but let's rather take a look if we can find it better on screen. And then of course you've got your black-necked grebes. It's always the two that's hanging around the pan. So let's see if we can get the, oh there they are. Okay. Very quick and very easy. You can just see the two little black spots in the pan. That's actually dabbing down. Used to be known as the dab chick. Whoop. Let's try and get a little bit out. Yes, there it is. There they are. Little two black-necked grebes. So we've got the Cape Crow, black-neck grebe. So we've got two on the list. And then, of course, we've got a lot of little birds that's flying in the back end. And I think that... and the blacksmith lapwing. There might be a lot of red-billed aquilias that's hanging around here as well. Okay, and so we have quite a few. So we got ready 2 of them, and then of course we got the Egyptian geese. Okay, let's go for the Egyptian geese. And just a single one. They're usually in pairs around these dams and pans and that, but looks like this one has not got a partner. It's all by itself. And a warthog. Oh, hello. Look at the warty. Hello. That is nice to see. Looks like a female warthog. Only one set of warts. Let me just double check here. Just want to know. Of course, these crows in the water. Yep. And you can see it's pretty much double check you. Might be a young male. No, it's a female. You can just see the one set of warts. Pretty much just under their eyes there. Little ones. Having a good old drink, and you can see the nice tusks. That is also, they're quite white here due to, of course, the concrete and the dust of the concrete as well. So it's completely different when it comes to the soils towards when you think about Djuma side. The warthogs look way browner, grayer, brown, not like a light grey, but like a dark grey brown colour because of a lot of the clay, a lot of the different soils and sandy areas that we have that side. But these one warthogs, they look very ghost-like with a white, very white colour to them. And what they do many times, just like your elephants, your rhinos, your buffalo like to, of course, wallow. So many times you'll find it on very hot days, they will go and look for a nice wallowing area. And I'm sure some of the wallows around here is not, as I said, not that dark colour, more of that real whitish colour from the concrete. Interesting. Nice to see this female. Beautiful tusks on there. It looks like the one tusk is broken, the left tusk. Shame. Maybe like digging up a roots or something. Snapped the tusk off. Of course, just like elephants, of course, they are more in sizes, where of course your warthogs are canines. Those tusks are modified canines. Where of course the elephants are modified in sizes. Don't go. Having a little bit of a drink again. Sorry, I got completely distracted from our birding there. But we've got a little blacksmith lapwing on the left. There's moving around. Okay, so we've got the Cape Crow, we've got the black-necked grebe, we've got the Egyptian geese, and now we've got the blacksmith lapwing. So we've got 4, and we've got the red-billed aquilia. So we've got 5 birds already on our list. Let's mark them. I'm sure those aquilias, as you see, those little birds flying all over the show, very common in the area. Oh, Roger, hands down, it will be the lilac-breasted roller. Hands down. I love the lilac. Oh, there's a little blacksmith lapwing following the parents. He's a little one. This is the one I saw the other day as well. Very cute. But Roger, yes, definitely the lilac-breasted roller. I think the lilac-breasted roller is just so pretty. It's also known as pretty much being the bird that's been photographed the most out of all birds because of the coloration, as well as they do not go into those canopies, thick canopies. They tend to always hang around on the top of dead trees, top of a bush. You know, they're kind of really exposed. They expose themselves, and that's just very important for their coloration, just to be like a flower. So just to attract those insects. And so yes, definitely the lilac-breasted roller will be top. All right, I'm just gonna let's take a look. Oh, there's a lot of aquilias there. Wow. I might also be wrong. I'm just going to go just in case I am wrong. If I am wrong with a bird there, because I know the Namibian birds as well, so I've got to kind of keep an eye on what I'm looking at. I'm so used to the Djuma side of things. So Namibian birds, if I get something not right there, let me know, please. Give me a shout. You know, this is this is an interactive show. And I want everybody to interact with me. Give me questions and comments and even a suggestion if you got anything. think this little warthog is just contemplating on what it wants to do. Okay, I have another drink. Drink, and move away, and another drink. So yes, it's nice. It's the first time I've seen it. It was my first warthog at Okaukue'o, so that's fantastic. Oh wait, what do we have there? Is it a Namaqua? Oh, I've got a Namaqua dove. That's what I was looking for yesterday. So just in front of the warthog, there's a Namaqua dove. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Oh, it just flew off. Oh, all right. Well, he's rolling some rocks. He's a rock and roller. All right. Nice. Well, definitely a rock star for the morning. But yes, Namaqua dove. So we got 6. Am I right? Is that 6? No, I've got 6. I've got I've got 6. I'm sure it's 6. I'll go through them again now. So it was the Cape Crow, we've got the black neck grebe, we've got the blacksmith lapwing, Namaqua dove, Egyptian geese, and we've got the red-billed Aquilia. 6. Thank you.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do.
It's basically just a very big open system.
But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Sorry, excuse me. As you can see, this warthog has disappeared. Well, not disappeared, but moving into a clearing. But it's a little bit. Sorry, I just want to try and get the. There we go. Get zooming in and out. Right there. But yes, as you can see, the clouds have definitely been burning away this morning, and it's almost now a clear sky. So that is fantastic, and of course, some more beautiful female kudu's coming down to the water. Alright, so we've got 6 birds on the list. Now, I was very excited about the Namaqua dove. I mean, Namaqua dove, that's what I was looking yesterday. I was looking for the Namaqua dove and the Namaqua sandgrouse. That's the other one. And I know the sandgrouse, they do come down, but they come down briefly. So to really get them on screen. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try my best with a steady hand on the zooming in and out. Alright, well, I am sitting with 6 birds so far, so early on escape to nature. Let's head over down to the Eastern Cape to Kariga with Liam to see if he can get plenty of birds on his list.
Well, that's a fair enough challenge, Cedric. I am more than happy to take you up on. That's fair. Let's do this. We need to, of course, establish some ground rules. Oh, there's some nice jackal calling in the background there. Very interesting. Probably the jackal and baboons interacting over on the far side of the plains. We have to establish some ground rules. I think it's only fair to say that you can contribute from the beginning of the day. Just tune into this jackal here. Wow. That echo is incredible. It's somewhere just behind us here, deep in the thickets. Sure. And it's echoing so clearly against the thickets and coming this way. The sound. Oh, Jesse, I think they just got a good diet, eh? I don't know why birds have very thin legs. Well, I think a reasonable answer would be to say that because most birds need to fly, a lot of their features are geared towards having as little weight as possible, and so having big thick-set legs would be counterintuitive to trying to get airborne. That being said, there are birds with quite thick-set legs, and those with bigger legs, they still have a very good structural integrity. So I've got structures inside the legs that keep it strong but hollow and light. So there are built-in features to keep them light, even if they do get big. But that's mostly why birds' legs might be thin or small. They can't afford to have too big a meaty leg if they wanted to get airborne. Sure, that jackal song was quite something. I did hear the baboons shouting a moment ago as well, and I suspect that there's some sort of interaction between the baboons and that jackal. It certainly caught the attention of a lot of the antelope on the plains. Certainly not the zebra. So yes, a birding challenge for the day. Oh, that's a fair bit. Let's do it. So Judy asks, what is my favorite bird call? Sure we now. Let me think of something. So Judy, I tell you one that comes to mind, and the reason why it comes to mind is because it just reminds me of being out in the bush, being out in nature, and it's that of the crested francolin. So that's a fairly common little francolin that you'll find more so in the likes of Djuma or Madikwe, and it's got a very characteristic, call, and to me it just reminds me of being in the bush. It was a sound that was synonymous with family holidays, and often this time of year. So it kind of, whenever I hear it, it just takes me back to those moments, spending time together as family on holidays in Zululand. So I think that's one of the calls that I really enjoy. That it brings back memories. Of course, there's a lovely variety of certain bird calls that are far more colourful, I think. Another one that comes to mind is the great blue turako. It's a bird that exists up in the forests of Central Africa, and it's got such a beautiful, far-carrying sound. It really makes a statement when it sits up on a tree and calls, and it catches your attention in a spectacular fashion. I'd recommend anybody to go and search it somewhere. So someone is asking. Okay, that's fair enough. We're just counting birds here. So birds that we can see. We need to establish ground rules as to how we're gonna go about this. We're gonna count birds, but are they gonna have to be on screen? Can we hear them? So like if I can hear the birds calling in the background and the thickets, because hey, look, we can start listing sounds of birds. It'll be a pretty good list here. I mean, the hardy-dar just flew into the tree there. That definitely counts as one. There'll be a couple of water birds down here at Scotia. So yeah, let's see what we can do between Cedric and myself here. And I don't know who else is on board for the bit of a birding challenge today. Okay, cool. So ground rules are established that we have to have it on screen. So great stuff. Okay, lekker team, folks. Let's do some birding. Okay, so we've got 2 hardy-dars so far. Okay, I got the one with the one leg here. Got our blackwing, lapwing. Got some pajama horses over here. Yeah, I think Cedric's got a tall order here. Namibia hasn't got the diversity of Eastern Cape coastal areas, hey? So let's just go have a look at these zebras here and see what other bird. Oh, what's that? Yellow-billed duck. Oh yeah, that's nice. Grooming zebras. And the yellow-billed duck in the foreground. It's another one. Where's the dab chicks? Yeah, if I better not get too carried away. I'll keep everybody a little bit busy on the screen here. If I get too much into this. Let's just stretch it out. But okay, so what do we got now? We got the hardy-daw, we got the yellow-billed duck, we got our black-winged lapwing. Hey Tom, thanks for the backing there, pal. Yeah, I've got faith in Kariega too. Let's see what it produces today. So you got the yellow-billed duck here, feeding amongst the veg here, and I'm pretty sure that's a little grebe. A little bit of a little grebe there. I'm sure that's a little grebe in the tall grass. It's very obscure, but I mean we know that its nest exists there. There it is. Yeah, there's number 4. It's a little grebe. Cool. So but maybe I should actually slow down a bit and just at least give Okokeo a bit of chance. Let's not drag them all in too quickly here. Look, I'm telling you what, like just in that frame alone, just in that frame, I reckon I'll rake in 15 birds, no problem. So we have ourselves a mini competition for the day. Yeah, that's fair enough. So lots of birds calling around. Let's see what else we can find. Got our resident family of crows, Cape crows. And we're just in amongst the hardy-daws a moment ago. Where are you all? Okay, I've got some hardy-daws moving through the plains here, nice. Doing a little bit of soil aerating. That's another great advantage we forget about a hardy-daw. Pokes and prods for insects, but also aerates your soil so nicely. That's how you're going to have a nice aerated, healthy soil profile in your garden. There you can hear the crow calling. I knew he was somewhere around here. Now with a bit of Cape crow here. So there's a family of 4 Cape crows that live here on the plains in Kariega, in this particular plain section. And it's quite nice to watch them moving around, picking and prodding and scratching around for little creatures. They are mostly insectivorous, so they're looking under little tufts of grass or even in dung piles, where they'll find little beetles and and larvae and such. And they've got 2 youngsters in amongst them, so it's 2 adults, 2 youngsters, and you'll see from time to time the little youngster will run up to one of the parents and solicit some food, or the parent will, go towards them and feed them some food. They're well up into adult size now. Well, let's go and have a look at what's happening with Cedric in Okokoyo. See what he can do on the bird front.
Okay, I'm back at Okokoyo. Yeah, alright. So nice, Liam. It looks like, the diversity of birds that side is definitely much higher. I mean, it's just, you've got so many more trees around there. The vegetation, it attracts different insects. Of course, from that, it will attract different birds, the seeds, the grasses, everything. So, yeah, definitely. But it's still a challenge, and I'm going to try my best. But I just feel that I am allowed to include the Djuma Dam. And that'll be just a little bit fair, don't you think? I think we can go and scan the Djuma Dam area very soon. But yes, at Okokoyo, I am going to try my best to see what else I can find here. So far 6, and I was very chuffed with myself about the Namakwa dove. I think that was my find so far for the afternoon, for the morning. Sure, I'm already in the afternoon. So I'm just going to look around. Fortunately, my screen is just freezing up a bit. Yeah, but I'm just going to quickly double check on something. I don't want to lose out on this. As you know, I'm very competitive when it comes to certain things. And alright, there we go. Alright, I want to see if I can get a little bit closer around this dam area. At least it's not so windy as yesterday, so I can get and kind of zoom in onto the little water edges. As you can see, all the little springbucks are going down for their little drink. Okay, now there's birds flying in the background. What is that? There's so many. I'm looking for the pied crow. So the pied crow as well. The pied crow will be definitely one of my ones that I should get for this afternoon or for this morning. Why am I thinking of this afternoon? I'm thinking afternoon. Morning. Oh. Alright. There's so many Cape crows here at the moment. It's incredible. And I think Liam and Kariha got some crows as well. So, alright, let's get in. Let's take a look a little bit closer and see what we can find on these rocks. Sometimes these birds blend in so well with the surroundings here that you kind of completely miss them. Little dragonflies as well. I can see loads of dragonflies buzzing around here above the water, of course, taking the opportunity for a little bit of moisture. Alright, I'm just looking. Okay, I see a little. Oh, what is that? There's something on top of the rock. I'm not too sure what it is. As I say, I'm not too familiar with a lot of the Namibian birds, so I might. As soon as I got that bird, it just flew off. Okay. Yeah. It's always the story of my life as well. I know in that Djuma, how many times I get a bird in frame, and as soon as I can go live with it, it just flies off, and all of a sudden I'm just stuck with an empty tree. Oh, I think that was. I'm sure there was a pied crow. Can we confirm that one? It was so quick, but oh, all right. I can see some of the birds flying on the rocks, but if I have to go a little bit closer, and I'm just scared they fly off again. I know that they can't see me or hear me, but still, for some reason, I think they just know. Okay, I thought I saw a bird on the rock here somewhere. And if anybody sees a bird and you can see it, let me know. Okay, well, probably you can see the black-smith lapwing there, but if you do see a bird and I haven't seen it and you know what it is, let me know. So, oh, there's a one that's running where that lapwing is, and it's gone. Billy, they don't really interact with one another. Other words, each species got their own ways of doing things, coming down for, different food sources, and so they don't really interact. Well, the only way they will interact is if there is some sort of prey around, or predator around, and you'll find many times like your drongos and your hornbills, starlings, they will all kind of congregate together and they will mob that predator, usually like snakes or a slender mongoose that's coming around. So that interaction will happen. You'll find they will kind of help each other. Another way of just assisting each other, not really assisting each other, but kind of helping when it comes to nesting side of things. You'll find like if you've got a big hammerkop, the hammerkop makes these huge nests. And sometimes you'll find something like your Verreaux's eagle owl, and the Verreaux's eagle owl will actually use the hammerkop's nest as its own nest, but of course the hammerkop will go inside, so it will have pretty much a hollow area inside of that big I can say almost it's not a messed up nest, but it's just it looks not too pretty. It's just sticks and things everywhere, but the hammerkop knows exactly the entrance to that nest, and of course they'll use the scent of it, where the Verreaux's eagle owl will use the top, so they won't go into the nest. They will just pretty much sit on top and use that as a nesting site. Oh, that Impala springbuck looks very big. And what it will do, it will actually assist that hammerkop if there is any predator that comes close to that nest. It will actually almost be like the bodyguard for the hammerkop. So definitely one way to assist one species to another. But sure, this Impala is a bit big. Oh, there's a little bird at the back. Okay, I'm not going to pan too much for birds, because if I'm going to start chasing birds with this camera, I think I will get seasick. So I'm just going to take a look. So I see also a lot of the female Impalas as well. They are quite large. So I wonder if these springbucks and the Impalas will pretty much have their lambs almost at the same time. I think the rainy season is starting, so I think it'll be almost perfect time for them to drop their youngsters. The little aquilias in the background, a lot of aquilias that's flying in the background there, red-billed aquilias. Am I right? The little one that's jumping on the wrong rock. I don't know if that's a little wagtail. It's very difficult to tell. These birds are too busy. They're not as easy. It seems like Kariga's birds are a little bit more relaxed. They're not too jumpy and all over the show. I think these ones here at Okakuyo seems like they are very, very jumpy and full of beans. But I'm hoping we can maybe go over to Djuma Dam. Maybe try and get some birds that side. We shall take a look. Amber, bird fight, yes, definitely, plenty. Spurfowls. I'm calling them a spurfowl because they've got those spurs at the back. The males have got those spurs at the back of their legs, and they're pretty much quite hectic when it comes to bird fights. Not too long ago, I got to watch pretty much a huge Egyptian goose fight at Buffelshoek Dam. I think it was a pair that was always, I can say, occupying the dam itself, and then the next moment another pair came in, and it just seemed like it was one huge bar fight, and it was quite vicious, and it seemed like the two males against each other were much more vicious than the females, and they were trying to drown each other, trying to dunk each other under the water, and it was quite a crazy sighting, and a lot of course biting and flapping with the wings, trying to beat each other with with the wings. So yes, definitely bird fights do happen. It is quite a common thing as well with your raptors. So your raptors, very territorial, like your fish eagles, your battaliers, martial eagles, ground eagles. A lot of the raptors, they are very, very territorial. And if another one comes in that area, they'll try, and especially in the sky, they'll actually try and sometimes have a competition and try and have a little bit of a go at each other while they're flying. And sometimes they can actually drop out the sky with talons holding onto each other, and it can become quite intense. Alright, as these birds are too active around here at Okaukuejo, I think let me go and try and get some species there at Djuma Dam in the Sabi Sands. Alright, yes indeed, and I think look how green it is here, so lush, so beautiful. And as you can see, I've also got some Hadidars, yes! Hadidar ibis, and I've got just the one that's just poking through the ground looking for any worms or earthworms, and very important for the gardens and all that. I know a lot of people say they are irritating, but very important just to kind of aerate the soil, and it's very healthy for your lawn. But yes, that's my 7th bird so far on my list. Let's see, I'm sure. As I said, I know that Kariega is definitely, diversity is quite high there compared to Okaukuejo, so I had to put another dam into it. Alright, well, the grey heron has disappeared. I thought I was going to have the grey heron around there, but it looks like it took off, and I can't find it. So now that is a bit of a pity. But we've got some swallows that's coming out. I just want to see maybe some European swallows that's dive bombing here into the dam and having a bit of a drink. So unfortunately, sometimes swallows is very difficult to put on screen with them sitting down somewhere on a dead branch or something like that. But now and again you can see them coming over the water edge and trying to have a little bit of a drink around the edge of the dam. And definitely it's getting looks like it's nice and warm at Djuma, because if you can see Dewey, this resident hippo that's inside of the dam itself, if you can see, if he's not doing too much and he's not really even basking close to the edge of the dam, it's nice and warm that side. A little bit of a breeze, but I think it looks like we're going to have a fantastic day. Alright, I'm going to zoom out. I am going to try, and I'm sure that I was very, very unhappy that I couldn't find. I did find the grey heron, but unfortunately it took off. I'm not too sure exactly where it went. I thought maybe it might have gone to that little pad. But nothing there. Nothing there. So we've got a lonely male impala that's just standing here at the inflow. I'm just going to go and take a look at him. And looks like he's definitely... Oh, is there an oxpecker on him? Well, I thought it was an oxpecker. But I might have another bird there. But you can see with the impalas, and it's a clear look at it now. So at the bottom of its back legs, you see those little black balls, little black tufts. That's situated just above the hooves. And it's pretty much a gland. It's the only antelope that's got a gland at the back, at the bottom of the back legs. And that gland is known as a metatarsal gland. So that gland, pretty much the whole idea of that gland is, in case if they are in a herd now, for instance, and there is a predator that comes through, they'll actually, and one starts alerting the others, what they do, they'll actually let off a certain pheromone from that gland, and actually it'll tell the rest of the herd, or the rest of the impalas, that listen, this is the status of the situation, and this is the status of myself, and it gives them an understanding on what's happening around exactly with that individual. So very important for that gland, and it's, as I said, only an antelope that's got a gland at the bottom of its back legs. Isabella, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are watching. Thanks for joining us on Escape to Nature. Yes, looking at, I'm just going to go pan out and go to Mr. Dewey. So it is common to see the older hippos hanging around by themselves. The whole idea, because the thing is, hippos will get up to about 35 to close to 40 years old. And once they get to a certain age and they do not want to compete with the younger, more frisky, more, how can I say, energetic males, you'll find that the older male hippos will tend to venture away from the pods. I'm going to see, I'm almost there. Venture away from the pods of hippos and go pretty much almost like a retirement. They'll go look for a nice little watering hole, just like Dewey now, this hippo that's in the center of the dam, and and then of course have a little bit of peace and quiet without having any challenges or I'm going to say keeping the pod of hippos happy. And yeah, so that's when you'll see them alone. Oh, there's little dragonflies that are busy mating. Looks like the male was attached to the female there, but it's gone. So yes, that does happen, and as well as young males. So sometimes the young males, they become, how can I say, a challenge to the dominant males at the dams, and then of course your dominant male will push those young males out, and sometimes the young males will end up going to certain watering holes just for a few weeks or a few days or a few weeks, and seeing what they can do, and then they'll venture off again to see maybe one day they can get their own pod somewhere. So yes, it does happen that you do see hippos by themselves. I'm just a little bit bleak that grey heron did not stay, because I think that would have been the 8th one on my board. Well, I did get it on screen, kind of, half. Moving out a little bit, and I know that they've been following up on Marips, and I know Marips was not too far from Gurry Dam last night. I'm not too sure where they ended up with these tracks, but I am just keeping my eyes close upon this area. Maybe you might see the young male leopard making an appearance around the dam area. Maybe Tlalamba, the female, of course Djuma, the queen of Djuma. You never know. Okay, now I'm going to try and get maybe some starlings, and even some red-billed ox, not red-billed ox, red-billed buffalo weavers. Let's see. Let's take a look in the branches. See if I've got any fluttering birds around here. Oh, there goes a starling. As I mentioned, that it just took off there. I just got a little bit out. Keep my eyes peeled. I think there might be one on top. Let's see what we've got there. I see something black and dark. What is that? Is that a bird? Or is this part of the tree? I'm not too sure what that ball is on top of that branch there. I thought it might have been a bird, but it doesn't look like it's moving at all. Oh wait, there, I've got a fork-tailed drongo. Hold on. There's a fork-tailed drongo. So, alright. Beautiful fork-tailed drongo just sitting up here, and as you can see, always following the animals, and especially when the animals are walking through the grass and through the bush, you'll find these little drongos following them and snatching up all those little insects. So that is 8. Anyway, while we're going to continue looking around at Djuma Dam, let's head over to the Eastern Cape at Kariega to see if Liam has picked up on more bird species.
Welcome back to Kariega, everybody. I have been searching hard for some birds, but instead found some zebra for the meantime. The zebra that we were with earlier. Lovely little gathering of them on this little slope. In fact, I can hear some birds that were actually just flying in the background of those zebra. They are just flying to the right here. Nice long claws. Yeah. Orange-throated long claws. Very lekker. Another one to add to the list. So there was a lovely nest of a pair of long claws. I assume this is the same pair. They were nesting in this area here. And it seems as though somebody came along and had a snack on the eggs. I suspect it may have been a jackal in the night. And most unfortunate, because I was really hoping to find some chicks by now to entertain us with these adults. But it seems that will not be the case now. Well, they've flown off into the distance. I want to move back to these zebra, who have got a nice little position here on this little bit of slope. It's quite a popular dust bathing spot, as we saw earlier, and there's actually sometimes you'll even see ostriches coming through and doing a little bit of a geza there in the dust. And from time to time also a little bit of geophagy. So that bare earth has clearly got a little bit of tasty something in there that a lot of the creatures, zebra included, come down to feed on. So it's quite a popular little spot we have here. Now, is that not a lot? Hey, a sneaky little bird there. Didn't even see it until now. Who can tell me what bird you see in the scene? I mean, lots of zebra for sure. I'd love to know what bird. Oh, they it's not so hidden anymore. The ever so conspicuous Egyptian goose. Another one to add to the list. So, lekker, another bird to add to the list there, Egyptian goose. Ja, lekker. Yeah, it was quite sneaky, I won't lie. That little Egyptian goose hiding behind them stripy pajama horses. A little bit of interaction here, maybe. The little one's quite curious about these quite big birds. Definitely curious. Look. He's like, oh, what is that? What are you? Who are you? Why are you hanging around here? It would be quite amusing if the goose had just turned on the zebra foal. I'm sure many who have come across a domestic goose in a garden will know how they can be quite good guard dogs. Interesting to have come across instances where a baboon was seen, videos online where you see a baboon trying to get into an Egyptian goose's nest, and watch how an Egyptian goose has no problem to take on that sneaky, sticky-fingered baboon. Right. Okay. Something. I see. Wondered why they just got up and decided to leave. Competing pair. They're hightailing it for the hills. Oh, cheers, Jonna. Get out of here. Hey. The bold and the brazen here down on the plains in Kariega. Egyptian goose bringing the drama. Always fun to watch a bunch of Egyptian geese clobber the daylights out of each other. Yeah, all's calmed down a little. Good stuff. Well, let's keep on having a look through the plains and see what else we can find. See if we can find another bird. Couple of grazing zebras. It looks like quite a collection of zebras we have here this morning. There we have a very large bird. In fact, the largest bird in the world. And this poor thing seems to have a wonky wing. It doesn't look... Sure, look at that. That's pretty cool. How there? Stealing the frame. Big time. I didn't expect that. Honestly, didn't expect that beautifully poised zebra. Like, just sure. Look at that. So there you are. Another bird to add to the list. Common ostrich. Just gonna straighten that up a little. Looks a little bit wonky. Feels like I'm falling off the side of the earth. So I was touching on it yesterday, I think, or the other day, how boldly marked the male ostrich is, and how subtly marked the female is. And it's said that one of the main reasons for this would be to potentially facilitate the guarding of eggs, which seems to be quite a particular role. The female tends to sit on the nest more so at night, during the day, and the male more so at night. So that would mean that female blends in better during the day, because there's quite a lot of light around, and so the colors, the different shades will be more prominent if you were, say, all pale or all dark. So a little bit more of a neutral color for the female allows her to camouflage better while sitting on those eggs, which of course are huge and very conspicuous. So it'd be most important for the nest to be obscured by the female, who would then rest on them during the day. And then males taking their turn at night when there's not as much light, and taking his turn. So we have some more birds that are about to pass the screen. Some crowned lapwings. Whole flock of them. Another addition to our list that's quite a bit more common than the black winged lapwing, and certainly know how to make a scene. Oh, look at these boys go. Oh yeah, oh my, at full tilt, hey, look at that. Let's see who's winning this race. You go, boy. Nice, very nice. So, seems to be a slight drop of rain or two starting to hail down here on the plains, but I'm sure that won't be a problem just yet. So Mason asks, have I ever had an incident with an ostrich before? Let's just come with that question again. I'll get that question in a moment. But Mason's asked the question, and I'll get that question in a sec. In the meantime, let's have a look at the zebra. So Mason asks, have I ever had an interesting encounter with an ostrich before? So Mason, I think the most memorable encounter with an ostrich, I would have to say hands down, was in the Kalahari, and there were a number of ostrich nests throughout the reserve at that time. It was in a reserve called Tswalu, which some of the viewers might be familiar with from during 2020, during lockdown. And there was an ostrich nest that we'd been watching over a number of weeks, carefully being guarded over the parents. And one of my colleagues came up on the radio and said, well, these ostrich eggs are hatching, and it's quite a sight. There's a bunch of these little baby ostriches coming out. So I said to my guests, no, that is something we cannot ignore. We have to go and have a look at. And so we went on over to have a look, and we had a look, and we watched some of the eggs hatching, and it was really quite a lovely sight. And as the sun was starting to set, a pair of jackals arrived. And that was the start of quite a duel, because the jackals, of course, they wanted to snatch up some of the chicks, and the parents were not having any of that, and so a fantastic duel started playing out, whereby the jackals teamed up to try and separate the parents, and the parents would run after the jackals one at a time. So one parent would stick with the chicks, and one would chase after the jackal, and then one would stick with the chicks, and then eventually the jackals outsmart these ostriches, and they managed to actually snatch up, actually within the space of 5 or 10 minutes, probably about 3 or 4 of the chicks. They would grab one, run off with it, and go and hide it under a bush, come back, grab another, go and hide it under another bush. Eventually they made away with a good, like I said, at least 3 or 4 of these chicks, and it is really quite a spectacular duel in the sunset, with the ostrich were running around and the dust was flying in the air, and it was this frenziness to the air as they desperately try to defend their newly hatched brood. And it was really quite a memorable sight. I think that's one of the more memorable showdowns or encounters I've had with an ostrich. They are really spectacular when they really want to gear themselves up for battle. An ostrich is quite a formidable creature. I've met somebody who has to this day got some serious ligament damage in his arm from an encounter with an ostrich in a farm somewhere in the Karoo. He had he chanced upon an ostrich in a field, and it just seemed to not take a liking to him, and for whatever reason it actually attacked him and severely injured his ligaments in his arm. Fortunately nothing worse than that. And there is quite a bit of damage that the claw on the end of an ostrich's toe can do to you.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
The best kind of cockfight. Yesterday. Chickens ain't got nothing on this. Oh, look at that. Yo. Sure, well, I'll be damned, folks. That was quite a bit of action. I won't lie. I hope you all enjoy that as much as we all did. Jingos. It just, it just goes to show what results can be produced when one spends the right amount of time just observing and just waiting it out, and kind of you got to wait through all those long periods of relatively little action to produce moments like that. Oh gosh, that was magnificent, folks. Really, what a pleasure to have been here with you for that. Sure. Sure. Hey, so you can begin to see some of the reasoning behind the little feud a moment ago. You can see that both of these males are well in their breeding plumage. You can see by the red bill and the red on the legs. So they've got a certain chemical hormonal soup charging through their capillaries now, their veins, and really supercharged and ready to fend off another male. So it makes sense what we just saw, looking at how rosy red these boys are. Let's stick with it, and who knows, we might just get lucky again. Sure. So you can easily picture how we saw that other ostrich with the slightly maimed wing earlier. You can easily see how such an injury can come to be. The way in which those ostriches just lifted up those legs and started thrashing at each other. If you get and they throw their wings out to try and create the visual perception that it is significantly larger and more stronger than its opponent. So holding its wings out and then kind of exposing them to the potential lash from one of those extremely powerful legs gives every opportunity for it to strike down on the wing and maim it in the way that we we saw that other individual. I don't know where it seems to have gone, but who had the slightly maimed wing. Of course, fortunately for an ostrich who has a severely maimed wing, it's not too much of the end of the world, since they don't need to fly. But it might impact maybe the manner in which it's able to dance or perform, as we saw in the beginning of this little segment here. So yeah, not too critical, but yeah, might just affect its dance moves really. Yeah, sure, man. Tell you what, the natural world can be so entertaining. Just shifting the focus for a second there, looks like some impalas running about in the back. Also get a bit of a spring in their step. Quite excited about all what is going on here. Tell you what, Donald, they are absolute savages. It's like I said, it reminded me of one of those rooster fights where people get into a ring and arena and you see the roosters, the cocks going at it. But I mean, of course, on an ostrich scale, it just makes it even more savage. Just watch here, listen, folks. Come on, buddy. He was just about to start giving a booming call, which is not easy to get on camera. Sure. Okay, so yeah, Donald, absolute savages. you got to really appreciate the savage side of nature. It's I think we all too often get this cozy feeling of the natural world and how everything is so peaceful and there's no fighting going on. There's battles that play out almost every single day out here, and for better or worse, they are what makes beautiful things beautiful in nature. So that booming 1 second ago, you saw how his throat expanded there for a moment. That's not very easy to get on camera. We do hear them booming now and then here, but it's never predictable as to when they're gonna give a proper boom. And very much likened to the sound of a lion's roar at a distance. So stick with this guy. He seems to be at least a champion. If he that would be quite nice to see a nice full boom. So they'll expand up their throat. So Hillary asked, do ostriches have big lungs for booming? Now I was just going to touch on that. So they have this throat that they expand, and then I don't know if they have masses of lung capacity. I'd imagine a good amount of their body cavity will be lung, but at least enough lung to fill up also their throat, which acts as well as a resonating chamber, which you could just briefly see there a second ago, and then they'll blow it up almost like a trombone kind of, and expel the air through the neck, and then creating that booming noise. I'd certainly imagine that all those wonderful chest muscles certainly help to contract the chest closed and expel the air in the right way to create the boom. Well, sure, that really is quite a moment to have gone down, and boy, did it just come out of nowhere. The other two males are still dancing, just to the left of screen. I'm going to pan to them. I can't imagine that amount of excitement to play out imminently, considering the scarcity of such an event. Well, as the ostriches calm, let's go and see what's happening in some of the other localities. Let's go and check what is happening in Madikwe. Okay, well, not to worry. Stick with me then, whilst I continue to have a look at these ostriches. One wonders what kind of injuries might come of those interactions, with the claws of an ostrich having the ability to cut through flesh quite readily. But I'm sure their tough skin can take a beating. And there we have it, a wonderful harassment of hardy-dars. Trying to just gaze around here to see what caused the ruckus. Yeah, not quite sure what stirred the hardy-dars there, but I suspect maybe a yellow-billed kite had flown over. That's the only thing I saw. Rightio. So, instead of Madikwe, let's go and instead have a look to see what's happening at the waterhole in Okokoyo. See if they can churn up some more birds.
Ostriches absolutely going at each other. Yeah, that is something to definitely witness, and I'm glad that you got to see that. Beautiful, and even that those legs that's going into that beautiful kind of that pink color, of course, making sure that they are ready to breed with the females or the female that they are competing with. But yes, I am at Okokoyo Pan, and as you can see, I have got about 1 or 3, 4 zebras here and 2 springbuck. No, I'm just joking. I've got so many animals around here at Okokoyo at the moment. It is incredible. It just seems like it's some concert that's happening here, and it's just people and animals and everything just flooding in here. But it is beautiful. I always think Okokoyo is one of the pans that's if you don't see an animal at this pan, then there's something wrong, because it's so much happening. I did have a black-backed jackal not too long ago, not too long, about half an hour ago. He definitely moved away from me. I don't think he's going to be too welcome this side. Alright, so we've got several species here. Of course, the one that's closest to us, we've got a whole lot of springbucks. And of course, also having a bit of a drink, we've got also beautiful kudus just to the left, and a whole family of kudus, a few females. I'm just going to see if I can just move the camera to the side. There we go. And you can see all looking around, these kudus are absolutely stunning females. A couple for young males that's part of this family herd. Try and go in a little bit there. You can take a look at the kudus. Okay, there we go. And you can see the couple of the young male kudus there with their horns. That's, well, maybe like a 2-year-old males. You can see the one on the far left hand side coming out of the water now. And see his horns, they're starting to just curve back, and from there they're going to start spiraling and end up like these big spiraled horns. So 2 young boys. Definitely not brothers, I'm not sure half brothers. So, you know, all the females here that you see, all the female kudus are all related. So these 2 young males will be related, but not direct brothers, because they only give birth to 1 individual calf. Those beautiful white stripes running down the flanks, coming down from the spine down towards the belly area. Each one's just like the zebras. Each one's got like a little bit of a different pattern of stripes, and we'll never get one that's pretty much the same as the other. Looks like now I'm moving away. Always love watching kudus. Alright, there's some more kudus far in the background. Alright, I'm going to see if I can zoom out. Okay, there we go. Let's zoom in. As well, we've got 2 beautiful gemsbok in the center of the pan. Looks like maybe a female with a younger one. Much smaller. Yes, they're having a good old drink. And how many times you always see this hemsbok coming to the center of the pan? Not like anything, not kudus, zebras, wildebeest, they will pretty much stand on the side. But look at these hemsbok, absolutely stunning. Well, looks like the springlets, these two springlets on the right, looks like they're just as brave. The little youngster on the far right hand side, you can see those little horns coming through, must be like yearlings. Oh, and another hemsbok coming into the water. Yeah. And this is nice for them, especially on warm days like this now, where it keeps them nice and cool, really getting right up to their belly, let the water get up to their belly. Oh, so, splashing around, I'm getting a bit of a fright there. Alright, well, we're still doing birding. I think I'm on 13 at the moment. 13 species, so I'm going to try and run through them. Alright, so far yet Okukuyo, I've got the black crow, I've got the blacksmith lapwing, I've got the Egyptian goose, I've got the Namakwa dove. Alright, before I continue with it, I think let's head over to Liam. We'll continue with my bird count, but let's head over to Liam in Kariega.
Well, now that is an exciting little arrival. We've had an secretary bird land. Okay, just great. First, perfect. Just come and leave. Just so inappropriate you are. That's more like it. Stick around, buddy. Trust me, you want to stay. So, I think that is the reason why our harassment of hardy-dars took to the air and made such a ruckus. I believe the secretary bird must have snuck in and landed somewhere behind whilst I was coming to you. What a lovely surprise, and what a fantastic addition to our bird list for the day. Really and truly such a great creature to be able to observe. The secretary bird. Most bizarre creature. Kind of like almost like what is known as an African harrier hawk or gymnogene. It reminds me of them, but like a dinosaur version of one. Huge, walking around on legs, on powerful legs. And you can almost get like a dinosaur-esque vibe from this creature, the secretary bird. It really is. Oh, hello. It really has got a peculiar way about it. Of course, it's an endangered species, so it's cited as it's a very important protected species. So it's and that's mostly due to inappropriate there's not as much appropriate breeding habitat available to it. A lot of it's been converted by agriculture, or they're nice trees that they would have used not as what was that kite trying to do? So the habitat basically is under threat. So the secretary bird is a conservation concern. So, and you'll get them throughout quite a few farmlands or farming areas in throughout southern Africa. Secretary bird. Oh, what a great day for some birding. Really, our feathered friends are treating us. Yeah, so Kimmy, it's an amazing bird to come across. I mean, of course, we're all familiar with the nest over in Amakhala, and that has really been treating us to some wonderful views. We've had views of secretary bird here in the last month, and they do come around from time to time, but it's few and far between. So, and sometimes they're just flying over. And that's always, not as nice as having a view of them down in the plains, moving around, trying to catch prey. So yeah, this is great to be coming to you live for the first time with some secretary birds, or a secretary bird. They more often than not are in pairs. So it's interesting to see just one. And I do wonder if its partner might not be somewhere nearby. I'm just trying to have a little bit of a squiz around to see if oh no, it just seems to be the one. But yeah, what a treat! What an absolute treat to be graced with today, this secretary bird. Hey, a lot of cool things happening down in Kariega today. Epic. So, just watching how it moves around the grassland now. They are incredible predators, and they, like an ostrich, they'll use their legs in instances, but not for fighting. Well, not for fighting in this instance. They'll use their legs to overpower any prey they can. So they're exceptional at finding and capturing even very large snakes, and they have an incredible accuracy at which they will stomp at the head. So there's been displays of certain rehabilitated birds where they're trying to train them to go back into the wild, and you can see instances where they'll take a rubber snake and dangle it, and the bird with every strike hits this rubber snake square on the head. So they know instinctively how to dismember a snake and feed on it. Then all sorts of other little insects in the grass, mice will be probably also quite high up. The amazing ability to strike down and rapidly capture little rodents in the grass. we'll definitely stick it out with. So Felessa asked, how would secretary birds fight? I would imagine if they were to fight, it'd be much the same as we saw with the ostriches. They'd probably use their legs if there was. Hey, it looks like secretary bird's trying to get the yellow-billed kite to drop something that it may have caught. That's it. Yeah, I think these yellow-billed kites keep on dropping down into the grass. So I suspect they're picking up whatever little insects, or possibly if an animal's given birth, there's sometimes little bits of scraps that they might leave behind. And whatever it was, the secretary bird was trying to see if it could intimidate its opponent into releasing whatever prey they'd caught. Really neat, really neat bit of behavior and interaction there. So yes, I suspect they would, if they were to fight, a secretary bird would be somewhat the same way as an ostrich. But what I was saying earlier is that the secretary bird would utilize its thrashing or kicking more for capturing prey than an ostrich would use for fighting. Because ostriches only really use those legs for fighting. They otherwise mostly eat leaves and grass and shoots, so they don't use their legs too much to catch prey. Let's see, what has he got in there? No, nothing. You can easily see when the secretary birds are going to catch something. Its head kind of drops down and it runs over, and you'll see it lunge its leg and stomp on whatever potential prey might be there. Yeah, watch for that head dropping. Really nice to see this bit of behavior. Oh, it's such a pleasure to be able to come to you live with this, folks. Really and truly. First start off with the crazy action from a pair of fighting ostriches, now to be graced with this lovely secretary bird.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder, and what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
seems like our secretary bird has moved off into the distance. It's gone a little bit out of sight, somewhere in the region of that impala in the background. But we have had a yellowbill kite come down onto the ground and up into the air again, where one would expect to find it. Certainly are quite a creature to follow. They always seem to be up to something, kind of like a baboon of the air. Well, lest I lose myself with these baboons of the air, let's go and have a look and see what is going on in Madikwe.
We are sitting at one of the more beautiful dams called Kolobeng, and we can see this Ellie herd getting closer and closer. And although they've not got their water walk on yet, they're not moving very fast. They're coming down to the water. And it is 11:30 here, and it is so hot. So I'm really hoping that they don't just drink and move on. I'm naturally hoping that they spend some time by the water, and hopefully we'll have a bit of a pool party on our hands. But they sure are taking their time to get here. They don't seem to be in an immediate rush. Normally when elephants are in a rush to get to water, you really see it. They've got that wonderful water walk on. It's a real swagger. But they're just moving ever so slowly. And the last time Davi and I were at this dam, it was just a puddle. It's a real empty puddle. It's unbelievably full. And it's beautiful to see the transformations from season to season. And this is why we came here, in hope of a pool party. Justin, you're saying wowzer. Love watching Ellie's meander closer and closer to the water. Well, it's happening, Justin. MC, I think you need to mute us. MC, I think you're still pushing talk. Sorry about that, Justin. I can hear myself. Yes. They are meandering. Actually, Davi, over this way, I just noticed this boy is getting closer and closer. He's got a little bit more of a water walk on. He's now gone behind a bush, of course. But his trajectory is definitely for water. The other ones are just taking their time. They know it's there. And what you've got to remember is water is readily available around the whole park. Puddles, pans, vegetation. Sometimes the vegetation is very moist. They get a lot of their hydration just from eating the really moist, rich vegetation. Water is really everywhere. And they'll know the water bodies that they want to go to have their pool party and to sort of drink the freshest, most delicious, cleanest water. But it really is everywhere. If the little ones are thirsty and they want to drink out a puddle that all the cars drive through, then they absolutely can. It's not scarce like it is in winter. There we go. Our first Ellie has arrived. There's a nice breeze now, thank goodness. I wonder if all the animals are relishing that breeze as much as I am. I'm gonna guess that they are. Now the other Ellies are getting closer, so I just want to check. Are we in a good position, Dobby?
It's alright.
It's alright, okay, it's alright. They're going to the complete other side. We might have to reverse. Hello, Ellies. You meandered, but you got here. Look at all the butterflies non-stop. It's just a bird, guys. It's a spur-winged goose. I'm just gonna let you guys enjoy this. We haven't seen this in quite some time. Shall I reverse, Dobby? Or are you happy here?
You can get a bit closer.
Let's just get a little bit closer so you can really hear the sounds of the water. Ah, the little ones have gone in. I'm not going to reverse too fast because I'm on a jam wall. One little mistake and we could end up in the water beside the Ellies. And I don't think that's a good idea. Dobby, you just tell me when. That's better. Francis, indeed. It's nice to listen to the splash. It makes it feel a bit more real, a bit more immersive. So that's why I'm just going to let you do just that. just going to continue to sit and listen. I love the sound of water splashing, especially when it's from elephants. None of them seem to be swimming, which is a little bit disappointing, but at least they're all having a drink. It seemed to just be a drink stop. But they're still splashing. Let's just keep listening until they leave the water. And now they just all leave. Oh, they're dust bathing. Oliver loves the orange sand. These elephants don't actually look too orange. But it definitely does make a difference. The sort of red rufous sand in comparison to just sandy colored sand. Do you know that big bull that we first seen has gone all the way around and he's joining them? You see that, Davy, at the very left. He's coming to say hello to the herd. There he is. seemed to be quite a positive reaction to that bull so far. Sometimes herds can really react if they're not comfortable with the bull. The herd's a female-led unit with young males, yes, but they want to look after the calves. Their priority is to take care of everyone. And big bulls can be dangerous to them, especially if they're in must and just acting very aggressive. But this seems to be a very pleasant meeting, reunion. They obviously know each other. There will always be a hierarchy of bulls. And in Amakhala, they have sort of one elephant herd that they follow and 5 bulls, or 5 dominant bulls. And because it is the same elephants that you follow day in, day out, it's really obvious. You can really visually see the hierarchy and start to understand the dynamics. Obviously, in an area like Madikwe, where there are around 1,600 elephants and so many bulls and such a vast area to cover, it's very difficult to understand the dynamics and the hierarchies and sort of different structures. But it was nice in Amakhala to really be able to see which bull was dominant over which bull, who reacted well to who were sort of not getting on. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I often feel that bulls go through a stage where they're sort of teenagers and causing trouble. Then they go through a stage where I really think, I mean, I'm obviously anthropomorphizing, but I really think they become quite unlikable to other elites. I think the females go through a stage of these young bulls just really not liking them because they're still understanding what they are going through. It's still very early onset of must. They're still understanding how to handle the throb in their temporal gland, the rise in testosterone, the feeling of aggression. That's all sort of they've got to learn how to handle that. And I think the females just really dislike them. But once they start to get to a certain age and they become a gentleman and they've lived their life, they understand the lay of the land, I actually think females enjoy spending time with those calmer bulls, and of course they're integral to any elephant society, especially here in Madikwe. That was proven. They brought older bulls from the Kruger because there was a stage here where there absolutely were no older bulls, and all the younger bulls were coming into must, and they were coming into must a lot earlier. Social pressure will also have an effect biologically. So because there were no older bulls present, the younger bulls were coming into must a lot earlier, too early. They were running amok, they were not handling it well, they were becoming very aggressive. They actually killed rhinos here, and they were aggressive to vehicles. They were just out of control. They didn't have that leader. They didn't have that older bull to look up to learn from. Animals are always learning from each other. It doesn't mean that they're getting taught at a sort of classroom blackboard situation. But to think that we are the only organism that teaches is so far off the mark. And for a while that was the common theory, that humans are the only organism that can teach. Teaching isn't about just standing up like a teacher in a classroom. There's so many other ways to teach, and the older bulls really do teach the younger bulls, and they're integral to any elephant society in any environment. And they had to bring in bulls here to solve the problem, and it worked. And the elephants are very calm in Madikwe. I haven't had one single encounter where I've thought, or I'm not comfortable here, or that elephant's not comfortable. Not one. Nature's very own solution. Natalie, you're really enjoying this sighting. I'm glad to hear it. Been waiting on an elephant sighting. It's lovely just to sit and immerse yourself and escape to nature in this sighting. But if you do have any questions or anything you want to discuss, do not forget to send them in. Boys will always be boys. This is not aggressive though. Remember, bulls enjoy that physical contact. They enjoy that play, that element of... They are social animals, and most social animals need to socialize. And a bull can't push around a cow like that. Oh no, he can't. So he's got to push around other bulls that he gets on with. Other bulls where it's not aggressive and it's not, the aim is not to hurt one another or strive for dominance. It's just to push each other around a bit. And just like that, the Ellies are gone. Tristan, that's a good question, but I also think it comes from a very human perspective when you say discipline. I think that we must take ourselves out of the sort of human box and think more like an elephant. And when it came to bringing in the older bulls, it was a bit of a process. Of course, the younger bulls are going to think, what? Where are all these bulls coming from? They haven't had any element of dominance before. They haven't experienced that hierarchy. So I guess what you're trying to say when you say discipline is, I'm sure the older bulls did put them in their place. Absolutely. How they did that, I cannot answer. They will have done that in a sort of elephant way. But yes, they would have put them in their place. And then what normally happens is younger bulls tend to spend a lot of time with the older bulls. And it creates benefits on both sides. So it offers the much older bulls protection. And the older bull is often offering the younger boys knowledge on just how to teach through doing, observations. But elephants communicate on a level that we still don't fully understand. They're constantly communicating, and we can only see what we can see. We can only see the visual aspects, but they're constantly communicating verbally, and we can't hear much of it. And even if we could hear, we still wouldn't understand. We don't speak elephant. So maybe there's a sort of lesson going on verbally that we're unaware of. But generally, they would have put them in their place, I guess, disciplined. And then the younger bulls would have learned from the older bulls on just how to be. And I believe it worked relatively quickly. Not immediately, but I believe as soon as the older bulls settled in, they really had a massive impact on the behavior of the younger bulls. And all it was just relocation, focusing on nature's solution. There should always be older bulls in an elephant society because they take on that role. So just by bringing older bulls back, I guess you're just sort of copying nature's very own solution. The answer was there. Oh, here's a straggler coming to drink. Where have you been? So yes, I guess discipline and just teaching by doing. But teaching is fascinating. I've been reading a lot about it because it was always thought to just be such a human sort of concept. But really, it's not. It's not at all. It's prevailing throughout the entire animal kingdom. Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this. Our remaining straggler at the waterhole. It doesn't even look like he's doing much drinking. There we go. I'm a firm believer that elephants just love everything about water, from the smell to the taste to the feel to the sound. Everything about water they just enjoy. Okay, we're definitely going to sit here and hope that more herds come down to drink. And as we do so, we're going to send you guys back over to Liam.
Hey, and welcome back to our secretary bird, who is perfectly timed and disappeared behind a bush. Welcome back to Korea, where we come to you live with a big green bush. So, behind this wonderful big green bush, our secretary bird has moved behind, is the same secretary bird we've been following has been very active, running around, darting about, trying to catch little bits of whatever it's trying to catch, and really having a great time trying to chase these yellowbill kites down, with little success so far. But it's interesting, a lot of them seem to be kind of following one another around. Oh, secretary bird has just passed this little gap here now. It's almost as if the kites are following the secretary bird, as if it might even disturb certain prey that the kites will catch. And then when the kite catches it, it's almost as if the secretary bird wants to chase the kites away to catch what they've caught. So it seems like quite an interesting little engagement. You can see there's a couple of yellowbill kites now. That have seem to be following this secretary bird. Oops. Oh, okay. It's flown over to this side now. Toing and froing, but certainly a lot going on. You can see, look, there's a bit of, I don't know, trying to figure out what it's trying to catch. And it's been doing this peculiar up and down movement. Oh no, it's all happening behind the bush. Come on. Keeping us on the edge of the seats here. With thrill anticipation as to what's happening there. But yeah, lots of action going on with this secretary bird. Quite exciting to be following it around. And back onto the side, chasing more yellowbill kites up in the air, up and down. It's really been quite fun, really quite fun. Very, very active, and it seems like a lot of energy to expend for a secretary bird in chasing yellowbill kite, which is quite nimble on the wing. Seems to be gazing around now, just checking out where's the yellowbill kites. What are they doing? What have they got? Yeah, Kim, I'd definitely agree with you there. Kariega has really been churning up some goods today. Just one thing after the next. Just trying to see, this secretary bird's got its eye in the sky, and for good reason. There is a very large raptor flying straight overhead as we speak. It's always good to tune in to see what these creatures see. And when you do so, you'll see a lot more. Whatever that raptor is, it's flying off to the distance at quite some speed. Yeah, it's just, you see how that secretary bird for a moment gazed up, tilted its head to the side. It's a sure sign that there's obviously something that's caught its eye up in the air. For now, it's eyeballing the yellowbill kites which are circling overhead. And it was certainly a thing with the meerkats in the Kalahari, where they are exceptionally alert to the slightest movement of little birds of prey in the air. So a little meerkat is quite vulnerable to a number of raptors, And so they would, they'd keep an eye out. Those tiny little eyeballs of theirs are incredibly sharp. In fact, in many instances, even far sharper than ours. Nice one, buddy. Strutting his stuff in front of the camera there. And in many an instance, it was quite amazing to watch a meerkat pick up on a sort of dot in the sky. So folks, there is a bit of a breeze picking up now, so apologies if the audio is not coming through as good. It's only in the last 30 or so minutes picked up. Hopefully it doesn't persist too much. So, still gazing on up. Oh, I see what you see. Another large raptor flying quite high overhead over here. So Vincent asks, would a bird hunt another bird? Well, there are many instances of birds hunting other birds. In fact, a lot of our accipiters, that might be the answer to the bird of prey up in the sky. African fish eagle. So many birds of prey actually specialize in hunting other birds. Accipiters, such as goshawks. A secretary bird would certainly grab a little finch in the grass if it found one. Fish eagles, they've been known to hunt other birds. Green pigeons, flamingos in East Africa. Yeah, there's a number of birds that hunt other birds. But I think the best known examples would be, your accipiters, even the falcons as well. Peregrine falcons are fanciful dove hunters. I really fancy their hairdo, the secretary bird. These beautiful long plumes on its head that, in the right circumstances with not too much wind, and if it flares them up, it can really be quite a wonderful headdress. It suits the secretary bird down to the T. I was trying to think yesterday of a good old classic bird book. It's an unconventional bird book, and it basically takes the names of certain birds in South Africa and comicizes them into these caricatures. And one of the classic caricatures was the secretary bird, and quite simply it would show the picture of a bird sitting down behind a desk and grinding away at a keyboard and a telephone next to it, just like a good old secretary would be in an atypical situation. And there's a number of very entertaining and bird names that have been created into these caricatures in this book. Very much worth having a look through if anyone gets a chance to pick up the book. It's a South African bird book, spelt B-Y-R-D. You find all sorts of burnt-necked aeromomulas. It's quite entertaining. Fiery-necked nightjars. So Noah asks the great question, actually, why are secretary birds secretary birds? Well, I think, yeah, they make great secretaries. I mean, there's no other way to answer that. It's just got to be. I mean, look at it. It looks proper enough to, you know, professional enough. Rocks up in a nice chic grey suit. It's got a very good, corporate edge to it. It holds itself well. I think if it were to whip out a laptop right now and start grinding some numbers, I really just wouldn't be surprised. I think that's why secretary bird's called secretary bird, quite simply. If anybody else has any suggestions, I'd love to hear them. But Noah, that's my best guess. I mean, certainly got the chic-ness of somebody who might fit into a fiscal environment well. I mean, sure, there's another one. Fiscal Shrike. I wonder why fiscal is the tax man. They rock up in a neat black and white attire, as does the bird. I'm trying to remember the other caricatures of this book. It was really quite entertaining. If anyone ever gets a chance to pick up this book, it is quite amusing. I'd liken it to a good old classic cartoonist, Gary Larson, if anybody is familiar. Really got some great renditions of wildlife and animals, particularly in Africa. It really does bring an entertaining light to the animal world. Mr. Larson. Hoping for a bit more of a yellowbill kite to come and maraud the secretary bird. See if we can get a little bit of action going on there. There were moments before just hovering around the secretary bird quite a bit and picking up. I don't know if it was because the secretary bird was disturbing insects or whatever it was that they were picking up, but we seem to be catching things just in the region of where that secretary bird was moving around. Sure. So Terry asks, how far can secretary birds fly? Now, I can't say offhand, but what I do know is that a number of projects have conservation projects, because of their, of course, their vulnerable status. They've attached tracking devices to secretary birds, so that information would be available online somewhere. And I wouldn't be surprised to find a bird like a secretary bird to easily migrate distances of hundreds of kilometers. It really wouldn't surprise me. As with so many raptors, birds of prey, they cover great distances, and it really wouldn't surprise me to find a secretary bird wandering a good few hundreds of kilometers to get to different feeding areas, or if they ever get to breed in breeding areas. Secretary birds require very specific requirements for their nests. They tend to prefer open, flat-crowned trees on top of which to nest, and also a good amount of foliage and herbivory to kind of conceal the nest within the tree, so as to allow or prevent, should I say, attracting any attention to their nest from potential ground threats. And then also set usually within quite sparsely covered land, so quite open savannas, such as here. This would be good, although there's not huge swathes of grassland here. There's little patches of it here and there. So yeah, a secretary bird like this would probably cover quite a big stretch of coastline. Seems to have disappeared again down the same spot. Our secretary bird, lost amidst the plethora of game. So Lawrence asks how many bird conservation centres are across South Africa. Sure. Again, I couldn't say offhand exactly how many, but I could name a few that I can recall offhand. I mean, Crow is one that might be known quite widely, and this is often a rehabilitation centre that a lot of people will take birds that have been injured or animals that have been found abandoned that they would like to rehabilitate and release. And there's a number of crow centres across the country, but specialising in birds, there's one that really comes to mind, is the African Raptor Centre in South Africa. It's somewhere near Pietermaritzburg in my home province, and they specialise in a number of projects. They've got, of course, their main focus is raptors, and they've got a number of birds that cannot be returned to the wild, which they have in enclosures which serve as an educational facility to visitors. And then they have vulture rehabilitation, so that accommodates poison events, which is a sad reality of many vultures. So they rehabilitate poison vultures and return them back to the wild. And I think most critically, they have the bearded vulture breeding program, which is really an amazing initiative, which looks at carefully harvesting the second egg of the bearded vulture, and then raising those chicks and for release back into the wild. So that's just one place that I can think of offhand, and there's Crow as well. But there'll be a number of bird centres across the region. Well, enough about birds. Let's go and let's balance out the show with whatever Lauren has to show us in Madikwe.
Walk by the car. There's a huge pregnant female behind us. Really, I don't think you can get her, Dovey. She's over there. But unfortunately, there are only 2 remaining near the car. Look at that lovely antenna. I'm not moving the car though. We're sort of surrounded by Ellie, so I'm not going to turn it on, so the antenna will just have to be there. We're back in Blondie. I love it when elephants are so relaxed that they'll surround the car and you can hear their footsteps, you can hear the grass being crunched, you can hear the leaves being pulled. This is a different herd. We left the dam and we've just bumped into this herd. We were having a dust bath in the middle of the road. Oh, the youngsters were sleeping. I always love that. When the calves just decide, I need a nap, right in the middle of the road. Excuse the pole. Holly, yes, it is a great sighting. They are mostly behind us now, unfortunately. There's nothing quite like a wall of elephants walking towards you. But it is, it's wonderful. Food is just plentiful. Delicious grass everywhere. Not so many marulas here like you get in the low veld. There are some marula trees, but not many. But the elephants are definitely happy with the grass, that's for sure. Their summer diet. And away they go. I'm not going to be able to do a U-turn in this grass, I'm afraid. But maybe if we do keep bumbling, the grass is so long on the road as well. This is hay fever time. Maybe we'll bump into some more herds. The grass is literally taller than the car. If you go on a drive in Madikwe and you don't see elephants, it's worrying. See, there's a nice puddle, a nice pan right there. They don't always have to go to the dams. Water is right there. Okay, it's not as big to go swimming in, but at least they can quench their thirst. It's just so different from driving around the northwest. The areas are so different. It's when you drive around in the sort of Sabi Sands through all the different properties. They do look similar, give or take. I mean, when you go to the north of Buffelshoek, it does start to look different, but it's similar terrain, similar topography, vegetation throughout. But Madikwe is just so diverse. These roads are incredibly bumpy as well. More water. I mean, if we don't get rain for a while and the temperature stays this high, obviously the water will evaporate and everything will dry out. But as it is right now, animals really don't have to go to water holes. And that's where the big debate comes from. Would you rather go on a safari in winter, or would you rather go on a safari in summer? MC, can I just check you're still there? It's just very quiet. Here's a big puddle. Okay, we're going to keep bumbling on and we're going to send you guys over to Cedric.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Definitely those elephants were absolutely marvelous. Seeing them coming down to have a drink around one of those dams. And it is quite interesting just to see, Madikwe's makeup in that area. But yes, we're still here at, I'm still here at Okakuyo Pan. I'm just watching, of course, a lot of different species coming down to drink. It has kind of slowed up a little bit of cloud cover that's come in. But as you know, I have been doing a little bit of bird watching, so I have got 13 birds on my list, and I was going to go through the birds with everybody earlier, but unfortunately, fortunately, Liam and Karicha had that amazing secretary bird. Alright, so this is now a pied crow, so this will be my 14th one on my list for this morning. here at Okaukuejo. As you can see, this beautiful pied crow, of course, pied black and white. And of course, you get the pied wagtail, pied crow, pied barbet, and pied kingfisher. So everything black and white. And pied is pretty much like the pied graph. So you've got a pied graph and all that, and black and white graph. And you can see, of course, the springbok is just coming down. Just to come and see and enjoy some water next to the pied crow. But so I'm going to try and go through all the birds that we saw this morning. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so we definitely saw the Cape crow. Okay, got the Cape crow. Got definitely the blacksmith lapwing. We've got the Namakwa dove. We've got the red-billed aquilias. We've got the Egyptian goose. We've got the black-necked grebe. We've got the pied crow. What else? Now I'm like lost now. Oh yeah, we've got the grey heron. And I'm missing a whole lot now. Why am I missing so many? I think I might have counted things double here earlier. I'm going to think about this one. What else did I see? I think I might have counted ahead of time here. Anyway, so far 9. Okay, so I don't know why I've missed something. I've missed a whole lot. How did I miss that now? But it's fine. It is. It's all good, and so it's always nicer to do a bit of birding just here on Damcam. I mean, just sitting and just doing birding on Damcam. I mean, it's always fun, and I know I have challenged Liam there in Kariga, and he's actually had phenomenal sightings. I mean, those ostriches, the secretary bird, it has been just phenomenal that side. I feel like I've lost a whole lot of bird names here. I'm trying to figure out. As well, I think I got the Cape turtle dove. Oh, it looks like that springbok almost had a bit of a fall there in the water. Yes, so this is, of course, this Okaukuejo pan is very much active in the morning, a little bit earlier in the morning, and of course you'll find maybe early afternoons becomes very active. But for now, I can see it's a little bit of cloud cover that's come through. I said it was about 35, 36 degrees Celsius, which is quite warm, and there's no wind today. Actually, no, I'm lying there. I can see a little bit of the ama tree, the Anna tree. That's just to the left, the big tree on the left-hand side. I only got to find out the name of that tree yesterday, so it's nice to see it. Anna tree, one of the acacias. I've got long white thorns, and I've got beautiful pods. Pods that's actually almost like a corkscrew with a couple of seeds inside of it. So definitely a good food source for certain bird species or your seed eaters. I'm also just keeping a close eye on the Jumedan. Oh, and I've got a Hadida. Forgot about the Hadida. And the Hadidas. Okay, so that's 10. I'm missing 4. 4 species that I've had. I've got 10. I had a Hadida ibis earlier. Okay, I'm going to pan out a little bit just to take a look. And my excitement always here with Okaukuejo, I've always tried to wait for those black rhinos. I haven't seen the black rhinos for the last 2 days coming down to the pan. And we were very fortunate. My first day on Damcam, I had several black rhinos coming through, which is very nice to see. But you never know. Maybe late afternoon. They tend to come around late afternoon. They tend to come around for a drink. So we'll definitely keep a close eye on them, or on the pan. Definitely not on them. Gloria, the strangest thing that I've seen an animal feeding on. Yo, Gloria, let me try and think. Oh, no. Yo, this is not the strangest thing, but an interesting thing. Wild dogs feeding on millipedes, the shongololo. So I saw the one here, quite a few of the wild dogs in the one pack feeding on the shongololos. It was just, the millipedes. It was just pretty much walking across the road, and the wild dogs were picking them up one by one and actually eating them completely. And now, of course, the millipedes is very toxic. It secretes a cyanide, of course, a toxin. And what happens is, why those wild dogs were actually feeding on it was actually almost they were poisoning their own system. And why they were doing that is to actually kind of, I can say, clean their system out. It's almost like detoxing their system by eating those millipedes. And of course, we followed those dogs for maybe half an hour to an hour after they have consumed those millipedes. And it wasn't long after that they started, of course, defecating. And when they defecated, it wasn't solid. It was horrendous. So you can just see, and not just one of them, all of them that was eating those millipedes were doing exactly the same thing. It was just completely cleaning their systems out. So it was quite interesting, weird, but interesting to see actually what those wild dogs were doing. And talking about the millipedes as well, and why with the toxins as well, with that with the cyanide. So you'll even find hornbills. So now hornbills, when they do go and nest in those hollowed out trees, of course the female hornbill will pretty much pluck all the feathers off and all that, and actually use it as nesting material inside of the hollowed out tree. And you'll find that the male will start, of course, covering up with mud, keeping a little slit open so he can feed that female. And while she's incubating the eggs or raising the chicks inside of that hollowed out tree, he'll also bring a shongololo, the millipede, and he'll put it inside there as well, but alive, not killing it. So she won't feed on it, he won't kill it. And because that millipede, releasing all the toxins inside of that nest, it actually kills all the parasites around. So it actually is free of parasites for the chicks. So eventually, once the female breaks open, or the male breaks open the nest for the female to come out, and the chicks are all pretty much got their full plumage, of course they will fly off, and that millipede will then escape out of that nest and move on. So yes, it's quite interesting with that with the scenario with those millipedes. But other things that animals will eat strange things. It's very, very tough. I'm trying to think on a little kind of a diversion of the normal diet. But even like something maybe like your lions and the leopards feeding on the grass, but of course it's even the dogs as well. It's just to kind of just to regulate those stomach acids. So of course once they feed on that grass and they're digested, what happens is they'll regurgitate that grass up with a lot of that phlegm and that slime, and there's a lot of stomach acids. So it's not a build-up of stomach acids. It's just pretty much sitting in their stomach to break down the protein, of course, the meat that they do eat.
It's the smell then. It's really not nice. I'm too scared to put it. I'm not putting it in my mouth. Okay, you have to touch it with your tongue.
It's not actually that heavy. Ah!
Join me.
I can't say join.
Okay, shall I come pull you out now?
I'm going home now.
Okay, well, we're just taking a look this side. Let's head over to the Sabi Sand to see what's happening on the Djuma Cam. Alright, yes, we are in the Sabi Sand. And you can see some beautiful Nyalas, a beautiful male Nyala, busy feeding there in the shade, as well as some of the females that's hanging around there. But this is one of my favorite antelopes. Absolutely stunning. If you look at that male and just look at his legs, it almost looks like he's wearing these long socks. And of course this dark chocolate colored body. You can see now and again horning the tree, a bit of an itch or something. You can see all the females, so you'll have his harems. Of course, just like the kudu, of course, you'll have one dominant male and he's got his females. But look at the females; they are completely a contrast to the male. So they've got more of almost like this bronze color to them, and of course, where the male is that real dark chocolate color. Strictly browsers, so they're mostly in these real thickets next to the riverines or in close to dams. Oh, there's a little one. Hello. Let's take a look at him. Let's take a look at the little one. It is usually like about beginning of November. That's when they'll actually have, just before the rainy seasons really start up, the females will have their little calves. I'll see if I can get the calf into picture. But look at those beautiful white stripes. A Nyala, so it's easy for American people to remember the name and to kind of spell it. If you think about Nyala, New York and Los Angeles, so N-Y-A-L-A, Nyala. So easy way to remember the name. And of course it is a local name and it means onion. Nyala means onion because of all the stripes, so it looks like the layers of an onion. Oh, look at that little one. Hello. Oh, how sweet. They can't really say if it's a male or female yet, because when pretty much their first 2 years before, if it is a male, it'll take about 2 years before they start getting that a little bit of a darker grey colour. As you can see, there is a young male that is pretty much there with the herd. So he hasn't been pushed out yet, so the dominant male there doesn't feel threatened by that younger male as for now. Oh, the little one. Oh, that is so sweet. He's trying to just move towards the rest of the herd. But absolutely stunning. You can see that all kind of having just kind of keeping a little bit of, or staying under a little bit of cover. Might be quite a nice hot day. Oh, right one. That female seems like she's had too many energy drinks this morning. And very important, just like the impala, the kudu, so with those stripes going into these real thick areas, the riverines and to the thick vegetation side of things, it's very, for those white stripes, it helps them a lot to kind of, break that outline of their body. And it makes it a little bit difficult for your predators to pick up on like the full body if they haven't got those stripes, or if they do have those stripes, but they see something. I'm hoping if they start alarm calling, then you know there is something, because a Nyala kudu, if they do make that barking noise, then you definitely know there is a threat close by. And I think especially with that young little calf that's in the center there, I think they're more alert than normal. Sorry, do you go that question? Well, I don't understand that. Martha, why is the antelope the most targeted animals in the bush? The thing is, there's especially like the impalas. There's a lot of them, and they are definitely prey to predators. Impalas, there's numerous amounts of them, and the chances of lions, leopards, cheetah, wild dogs bumping into impalas is quite substantial because of the amount of them around the area. But you see them taking down Nyala, yes, but it's not as common as impala, because Nyala's side of things is, you don't have those big harems, a very small family knit, social structure. And that is a prey species. So depends on it. It's difficult to say, antelope in general. I don't think you can say antelope is the most targeted. I'll say more like your impala is the most targeted because of the numbers, because of the size. I think Nyala, they can definitely, they're very much an alert animal, big ears, fantastic sense of hearing, fantastic sense of sight, and as well, as I was explaining about those white stripes, it just helps him, it assists him from kind of keeping cover out of sight of any of the predators that's walking by during the nighttime or daytime, and definitely helps him quite a bit. But yes, as you know, it is 12 days of Christmas. It is bingo every afternoon on every sunset to drive. I think there is 2 more days, one more bingo afternoon. Am I correct? I think it's one more bingo afternoon. Yes, that's right. It's one more bingo afternoon. 2 more days, sorry. Thank you very much, Dee. So there's 2 more days on, of course, bingo on the Sunset to Drive, and I'm definitely hoping that somebody once again wins that bingo this afternoon. I know Taylor won it last night. Well done, Taylor. So she definitely was the bingo queen from yesterday. And of course, after tomorrow's Sunset to Drive, after our last bingo day, we will announce who is the bingo king / queen of Wild Earth. Yes, so let's see. As I said, I'm hoping to get my imaginary bingo board once again out for this afternoon. You never know. But yes, 12 days of Christmas. And it's so nice. And it's what's nice about these bingo boards that we've had over the last 12 days is that it's not just a, it's not just a snail. It's a sleeping snail, or a sleeping lion, or a dancing zebra. So it's something, there has to be some kind of thing happening with that animal. So it's quite nice to have, and quite tough, which is good. Tough is good. But I don't even think this little one is more than maybe a week old. It just looks very young. This one is very small. I'm just looking at the stability, and you can just see just the size. I think it's maybe about a week or 2 weeks old, and that's about it. Oh, it's so cute. Yes. And he's got nice little stripes on him already, and his little dots on his rump. So, of course, he or she definitely is prepared to make sure it stays out of sight of any predators. And this is at Gowrie Dam, so Marips is around, Lalumba's around, so hoping this little one stays safe. So cute, yeah. Oh, it looks like they're heading into a little bit of a thicker area. Well, the little one was. We're pretty much here at the inflow of Djuma Dam. It looks like they're just feeding, maybe on some of the little pods or something that's been falling from the trees that they've been picking up on the ground. dear. I think one of the males, looks like a male impala, was running from the other side. And oh, yeah, that's it. All this male's busy chasing the females. Very strange for this time of the year. And the females have got their little lambs now, so there's no rutting happening this time of the year. And next year again. Hey, we got our three little ducklings here. They're all Gary Dam ducklings. Yes, there they are. Looks like they are doing very well. Of course, under the close eye of mom and dad. Definitely making sure that they're all nice and safe and they're doing what they have to do and just duckling around. Oh, that one almost got stepped on. That was not nice, Mom. That was not nice. Very clever. It's amazing how quickly they start moving around and feeding. Pretty much precocial as well. So, are born with their eyes open and downing feathers, and not too long after the hatch, they will actually just fall out of the nest, and then they'll start moving around with mom and dad and start feeding around with his little kind of seeds. That's all on the side of the water. All the little seeds that they're looking for. Oh, so cute. A lot of little youngsters all over. A young Nyala and young ducklings. That is so cute. Alright, so I'm just going to try and go back while those Egyptian geese are still moving along at the water areas. I'm just going to head back towards the impalas. I just want to see if I can get another bird there, because I think I did see some red-billed oxpeckers that is sitting on top of some of these impalas, and I always love seeing the oxpeckers because seeing them combing through their coats and looking for any ticks or fleas that's around on their coats and cleaning them up. I did see some just now. Oh, there's a wildebeest. Oh. The one is a little limp there. Oh no. A little bit of a sore hoof. Sorry, Heather. Yes, definitely. I love all those songs around here at the Djuma, and definitely a lot of singing competitions in this area, and I always enjoy just listening out. Well, talking about that, let's enjoy it. Oh well, I've got some oxpeckers, so I'm just going to quickly mark that one down. Thank you. A little red-billed oxpecker on top of the little lambs. Alright, so that is, number 11. 11 birds for the morning so far. I'm sure I've got more, but I can't remember the others. Yeah, now and again you can also even hear the little impalas grunting and grunting at each other. But now this is pretty much a nursery. When we're calling talking about a nursery of impalas or impala lambs, this is now the nursery. And you can see all these youngsters just sticking together, and very important as well. So we've got these impala lambs like this now, safety-wise, very, very important. You can imagine predators coming and all that, and you just got more ears, more eyes, and they kind of bundled up, and it's an easier way to kind of survive. You can imagine if you're all by yourself, a lonely little lamb somewhere, that predator is definitely going to single you out much quicker. And then your chances of survival is not going to be that great. Even these little ones are enjoying those oxpeckers, nibbling in their ears and taking up all those little parasites. Not just as well, they don't just feed off the parasites. Sometimes what they'll do, they'll actually kind of comb through their coats and take any loose hair off them, and they'll use it as a nesting material. What are you seeing? Why? You're looking very, very alert. You're still a lamb. You shouldn't be so alert. Alright, I'm just going to go a bit down. No, I don't think there's too much. Alright, let's try and move away from that side. I'm just going to try and... Oh, that's fine. There's a whole lot of little ones. Oh, a lot of running around, a lot of pronking. Very nice. Definitely a lot of energy happening around there, and there's a lot of impalas all over the show. There's impalas, there's nyalas. So there's so many different species. Well, not so many different species, but there's 2 different species, but so many of each one. Yep. There's a lot of running. I don't know what's chasing them around that side. I think it's just, and that's more just practice. I think they're just warming their muscles up and making sure if one day that the predators do chase them, that they know that all those muscles are well developed and they don't have to have any problems with getting away from the predator. But yeah, it's very important, especially for the younger lambs. All the developing muscles, very, very important. Well, Kelly, it's very important for them to stay in a herd is just to, of course, safety reasons. Once again, safety in numbers. So if you're imagine you're a lonely impala walking around at night time and you don't have any members with you. You've only got one set of eyes and ears and a nose, and your chances of that of survival becomes way less. Way less. Oh, there's a little one that's busy nursing. Oh, wait, hold on. There we go. So your chance of survival is way less. But if you're in a herd and there's a lot of you together, I mean, it's just definitely got a better chance of kind of picking up on anything that's dangerous around the area, and you're going to be alerted by your members. That one's definitely enjoying a good old... the milk bar is open. Oh, definitely not playing soft there. Definitely going in quite hard. overs, good overs, and I think that is done for you. So also suckling, so of course, like your lions, where your lions cubs will suckle from one another, or not from one another, but from females that's busy lactating, or that does have cubs in that pride. But of course, impalas, they do not do that. So if that little lamb had to go to another female that's got milk, she won't allow that youngster to suckle from her. Right, I'm just going to go and pan over back to the dam area. I just want to see what else is happening around the dam. I wonder if old Dewey, I'm sure he's still resting. It is midday, so I don't think he's going to be doing too much for the afternoon. But you never know. Let's go and take a look that side. Let's just pan across. What is in the water? It's just those Egyptian geese. I'm going to try and, sorry, I don't want to try and get them. I want to see if I can get in a little bit closer to those little ones. I was enjoying them quite a bit just now. So, the 3 little Egyptian chicks, Egyptian geese chicks. Very much, also very much a learning thing for these little chicks. They're just taking a look exactly what mom and dad does, and they kind of just imitate exactly what they are doing. So sometimes you'll find one will be in the water, the other one will also get into the water, and then of course the youngsters will pretty much follow suit and do what they do. They might get in. Let's see. There we go. One's in. Come on. Oh. Definitely not too keen to go and have a little bit of a swim with Dad. It's none of you, that beautiful kingfisher, that woodlands kingfisher that's going that chick, and I absolutely love them. So I will try and I'll do a scan very shortly to see if I can pick up on them. I just want to take a look at these little ones. So you can see maybe the dad is trying to kind of convince the little ones, like, come on, look what I'm doing. You have to come for your little bath now. It's time for a swim in a bath. I don't think the ducklings are too phased about that at the moment. They're just enjoying a little bit of eating time, yeah. You can see mom's heading towards them. It's like, don't go too far. Stay close by. Stay close by. It's completely different compared to your blacksmith lapwings. And when a blacksmith lapwing chick is that old, you'll find that those blacksmith lapwings would be already venturing out by themselves, not even being close to the parents, sometimes on the other side of the dam. And I have seen it a few times like that, where at a treehouse dam, some little chick of a blacksmith lapwing is venturing on by itself.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
Yeah, it doesn't look like. I think Dewey's definitely still fast asleep. I think he's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna do too much for now. I think you can see now and again his head will just pop up and sink down again. I think he's very happy on his little position there, and maybe later this afternoon he'll become more active. You know, Dewey and his stick. Maybe he'll play around with that stick again. You never know. Maybe if the stick is still around, unless hopefully he hasn't lost that stick of his. That would be a little bit of a sad one. Maybe we'll have to give him another stick. There's a nice stick there at Treehouse Dam. So, alright, I'm just going to quickly pan across here. I'm just going to take a look if anything else is coming through. As I know that they had Maripsa's tracks around this area from this morning. So you never know. Maybe old Mr. Fluffy Ears has decided to come down towards the Gowrie Dam somewhere and park himself in this shady spot close to the water. You never know. So I'm just going to quickly do a little scan. Let's take a look. But well, clear skies. I'm sure that everybody there at Djuma is definitely amped for this afternoon's bingo. Being a nice clear sky, I think it's going to be a wonderful drive. And definitely greened up very quickly, I think, with that little bit of rain that they've had recently. Just shows you one thing about the area. Yeah, I know the Lowveld area. If you find you get a lot of the grasses, the trees, anything is very sensitive to any water. So as soon as you get your first little bit of rain coming through, it is amazing how quickly the grass changes color, how quickly it greens up, how all the little shoots start coming through on the trees, the little pods and everything. And it's amazing. It's such a contrast and such a transition from brown to green, and how quickly it does happen. And it's definitely a lovely time of the year just to be around in these areas with all these little swallows and swifts and martins that's busy flying around as well, catching all the little insects, all the little bugs that's just hovering around close to the dam area. I think everything is very much kind of happy at the moment. Food source is definitely quite abundant. Oh, some beautiful waterbuck. 2 beautiful three male waterbuck. Absolutely stunning. Well, maybe they're on the bingo board. They'll have a waterbuck with white ring. You never know. There it is. The white ring around the bottom. And are absolutely stunning. And you can just see those beautiful recurved horns of theirs. They're coming a little bit straight and then curves back forward. And that is the Sabi Sands emblem. There's our male waterbuck. So this is a bachelor herd. The females do not have any horns, just the males. And definitely some bachelor boys here, 3 of them. And that one in front that's busy walking, absolutely a beautiful specimen. Megan, do hippos have good eyesight underwater? Megan, I'm not too sure if they do have great eyesight. I mean, if your water is going to be murky and pea soup like, I don't think they're going to get to see too much. I think they would rather see what's happening above and not what's happening at the bottom. But I'm sure if it's a clear dam and very clear water, I'm sure they can see, pretty well underwater. But I think if it's murky, it's murky. It's like even if we put goggles on, for instance, and we go underwater and it's very muddy water, you're only going to see so far. And I think same as hippo. So especially you can see Gowrie Dam. It's very murky, and I think they're not going to see too far under water. I think mostly everything's happening. Oh wait, shame! Little ducklings are being chased by this male. I don't think he's doing it on purpose, but he's just ambling along there. Okay, there we go. He just wants to pass by. And you find waterbucks, they do not move too far from water areas. Hence the name waterbuck. They use it they use water for protection as a defense mechanism. So in case if anything is going to be chasing them like lions, I find many times that the waterbuck will tend to run into the water and take refuge in the water. And I have seen it before. As well as apparently they do urinate quite a bit, and they actually lose a lot of water through their urine, and the kidneys ain't well adapted to kind of, I can say, take in as much nutrients from from the water itself, and they actually lose a lot through that. And doing that, they also have to take in quite a bit of water as well, and drink more so than other antelope. Well, I'm sure a lot of you are thinking, what is that white ring around the bottom? Well, they say, look, it is pretty much like a lot of animals have that typical follow me sign. So it's a sign, it's just like lions will have a black tip on their tails. Leopards will have that white underneath their tail. Warthogs will lift their tails straight up. So each thing's got some kind of a follow me device and a follow me sign. And they say because a waterbuck is pretty much around water areas like this now. So there's a lot of thickets around water areas, a lot of reeds, a lot of bush, and it's much thicker compared to little open clearings. So if they do have to follow each other through these through the thick vegetation, it's easy for them to kind of just to distinguish exactly the location of each individual is, and then they can actually just follow that white ring. That's what they say. So How true that is, it'll be quite interesting. Oh, a little bit of a sparring happening between these two males. Nothing too serious. There's a little bit of a practice round. Oh, there's a monitor that's running under the rain. That monitor ran right under the water buck. Ha! Oh, that was funny. You can see the monitor lizard, or the Nile monitor, yeah. It ran like right between the water buck's legs. It might be the same, looks like the younger monitor. It might have been the same young Nile monitor that Taylor had this morning, being chased by the bigger monitor. Not too large, this one. Let's see what happens here. Oh, I think he's just holding. Oh, got a bit of fright. Both of them got a bit of a fright there. I wonder if the older or the bigger Nile monitor is following this youngster still. Because what happens with the Nile monitors, most of the breeding actually happens around about the end of the rainy season. So looking at the end of rainy season, maybe February, March, maybe March, April. That's when, of course, a lot of the breeding happens. And of course, then the female will go and lay her eggs. Usually about 40 to 60 eggs somewhere in maybe a termite mound somewhere. And you can see why they call it a Nile monitor or water monitor. Definitely enjoys the water quite a bit, more aquatic than the rock monitor. What are you going to do? I wonder if this Nile monitor still looking out for that other one, because I know this morning as I got into the dam cam straight after the sunrise safari, I did pick up on that, the older one, and I was also pretty much on the other side as well. Look how quick that monitor is. Absolutely quick swimmers. Very, very muscular tails. And with that muscular tail, of course, going from side to side and really propelling the monitor forward. And as you can see, he's definitely not going slowly. And this is still a young one. I mean, the old ones will get up, one of the largest of the monitor species, and they can get up to about 2 meters, just over 2 meters, and that is quite large. Where are you going? What are you looking for? Can't follow much more there. It's pretty much going to go on the other side of the bank. So I'm going to go out a little bit and let's enjoy these beautiful male water bucks. Beautiful bachelor herd. A lot of sparring happening as well. Yeah, and it looks like these two males have decided to give up a little bit of. He wants to still play. He still wants to challenge the other one, but it's nothing serious. This is not a serious fight at all. Those are just practicing. You know, you can just see there's no. If it was serious, it'll be definitely way more power in there. They would be pushing towards each other. It'll be completely different. But this is just more kind of a one trying to show a little bit of more dominance over the other one. You can see the darker one is definitely much larger and older, and the younger one just wanted to practice a little bit. So he's like, okay, you won. You are definitely more experienced than I am, and I shall just mosey away, follow my white ring. Yeah. And as well, water bugs have got a very musty smell to them. It's like a real musty smell. It's you'll quickly pick up when there's water bug around. It's a very kind of unique smell, and not a pleasant smell at all. I'm not the biggest fan of water bugs' musty smell compared to like an elephant's must. Water bug's more kind of almost like a wet dog smell. It's got like a smell of a wet dog, and I think, and of course what happens is due to they are a lot of times in the water and all that, and that heavy thick coats of theirs, of course first of all that thick coat kind of just traps in some nice warm hot air and under the coat itself, under the fur or under the hair, and keeps them nice and warm if they do get wet from the water. And as well as that is a gland that actually secretes a certain oil that gives up that musty smell, and that oil, of course, coats their fur, and it actually protects their fur from getting too damp and mangy, and that does help them quite a bit. A lot of people, there's also a myth about the waterbug. They say that predators do not eat waterbug because of that gland. That is definitely a negativo. I have seen leopard, I have seen lion, I have seen wild dogs, hyenas, all feeding on waterbug. So that definitely does not deter them from bringing them down and feeding on them. Alright, I'm going to go a little bit out. Just want to see, because I keep on looking at that side. You never know, maybe some elephants will be coming down as the day is warming up quite nicely. Not that I can feel, maybe the way I can see. And I'm going to see, it looks like it is nice warm day. I think that one waterbug's just checking out that hippo out and just saying. And this, what is that bump in the water? What is that bump? Should I be worried? No. It is Dewey. Dewey is just resting. just taking a look. These waterbuck is definitely not too keen to have any drink at the moment. I think they're just... Oh, there's a fourth one. I didn't even see that one coming. Wow, there's a nice bachelor herd. 4 male. I'm just going to quickly look behind just now. I missed another one. No, it looks like just the 4 of them. But clever for them, just sticking together. And usually, like, if there's going to be females that's going to be around 10 to 1, you'll find these 4 will definitely compete with each other, trying to get a one that's going to be dominant, and try and then go for go for the female harem. But at the moment, no, it doesn't seem like there is no females around, so they're not too bothered about that. There's no real competition, and they're not competing for any females for now. But there's definitely all 4 of them are quite stunning, especially the 2 that's closest to the water. And the one that's moving away now. There's stunning horns on him. Looks like they want to go maybe up onto the bank, maybe just to go into some shadier areas. Definitely Dewey's not too phased about him, or Mr. Hippo that's in the water. He's just now and again popping his head up, just observing the movements and what's happening around.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
Well, we're just going to watch these 3 or 4 waterbuck. I don't know if there's a 4th one now. The 4th one has decided to lag behind again. It seems like that one keeps on hanging back and doesn't want to hang around with the other 3. But they are just moving away this side now, so... Let's see, I think they are finished with Gari Dam. I might just keep an eye out as well of Okakuyu. Never know what's happening that side. I'm just just want to see what's happening on that dam as well. But let's just take a look at Djuma Dam. Definitely I have scanned the area, and we just got Dewey and of course those water buck that's moved off. Well, I believe maybe we try and still see how many more birds. Well, I think I've got like 11 now. So my tally for this morning is, I don't know, 11 or 12. So, and yesterday was 10. I know 10 was without the Djuma cam. So let's just take a look so far. Okay, so we even got the starling. Now it looks like sometimes there's a Burchell starlings that actually nest in this dead tree. This dead knobthorn tree. And there's a lot of hollowed out little crevices inside here, which of course is starlings, the woodlands kingfisher, woodpeckers, barbets, a lot of kind of bird species will utilize as a nesting area for themselves. So I did see a starling fly into it. I think maybe it's gone into one of the holes. There goes the starling. Paul, that white ring, does it fade once they start aging? No, Paul, I think that white ring will be there from a calf right up to when they pass. So I don't think it will fade around. I don't think it's like a tattoo. I think that white ring will remain there forever and definitely won't fade away. So yes. It would be funny if it does fade away, then all of a sudden you have an old waterbuck walking around with no white ring. It would be very quite interesting, but no. It'll remain there throughout their lives. I'm just focused on these dead trees because I'm looking for those woodlands kingfishers, because I know those woodlands usually come and park on these and perch on these dead trees. And oh, there comes a starling. Starling's coming up now. See that? I think I know where that starling went there now. Let's see if I can get there. Looks like the starling might be nesting just on the side here. I sure saw it fly into this little blackness on the side, on the right hand side of this dead tree. I'm sure that starling went straight in there. I'm just going to keep an eye out. My old Burchell starlings. But yes, as I say, I was looking out for those woodland kingfisher because I do hear them that chick all the time, and now and again you get to see them sitting on these dead knobthorns. Come on. I wonder if they've got little chicks inside there. Maybe feeding little chicks, maybe you're not. I think only time will tell. And that's why it's so important. I know that elephants do a lot of damage, but it's very important. I mean, elephants are the architects of the bush. Oh, there you go. So there's a Burchell starling. Okay, it's going up there. I think the nest is on the other side. I think we're not going to see it. I think the hole is on the other side of the tree. I don't think we're going to get to. Oh, wait, it's on top now. There's the Burchell starling right there. I might go a little bit further up. Now, without the elephants really ring barking these trees and killing these trees and all that, you're not going to get these certain birds having homes and having nests and squirrels having their drays inside here. it is very, very important. It's just for certain species to kind of also exist in these areas. It's also a huge thanks to elephants. It pretty much creates it for these species. All right, so birds all starring. That's another one. So that's that's now. I think that's 13 bird species now for the morning. Oh, well, he's gone. Can you imagine finding a leopard or lion coming down here on Catterday? It would make my day. Make my day. Vince, do all starlings have iridescent feathers? No. You've got your wattled starlings, they don't have. I think your wattled starlings, they don't have. And then I've got, there's quite a few. I think the common starling. The common starling is, nah, I don't think there's iridescent look to them. Your pale wing, your red wing starlings, no, they definitely. So I think it's mainly your wattled starlings. Well, wattled starlings are very plain. Wattled starlings is just really white, black with a little bit of the yellow on the head, and of course those wattles that's hanging down from the beak. The rest of the starlings, they are pretty much got the iridescence look to them. And so nice, and some of them even more so. I love the Cape Glossy starling, especially when the sun hits them just right with that beautiful yellow eyes. It absolutely looks stunning. As are the greater blue-eared starling as well. So the greater blue-eared starling almost looks a little bit larger than a Cape Glossy, but of course that's like a typical bluish look behind the eye itself. And that's quite a pretty bird. Actually, all starlings. My favorite starling, of course, by far, is our violet-backed starling. Also used to be known as the plum-colored starling. And they've got that beautiful purple with that white breast, or the male. The female doesn't have it. The female is very dull. I'm not saying dull, but like I just said dull, but more kind of the brownish look to it, with a bit of white and a little bit of white streaks coming down the belly. The female is not the most prettiest when it comes to the violet-backed starlings. But especially on a day like this now, when the sun is out, and more so in the late afternoons or early mornings, when they call it the golden hour, when you've got that golden hour coming through and that beautiful sunlight, and it hits these starlings, it's phenomenal. Well, we've got somebody that's trapped on Djuma Dam Island, and it looks like we've got a lonely. Oh, he's got a buddy. He's got a serrated hinged tortoise, a terrapin. That's just keeping the blacksmith lapwing some company. Looks like the terrapin has just come out now. It's a little bit wet. I think 2 days ago, I think there was about eight terrapins that were pretty much relaxing on top of this island, yeah, enjoying the late afternoon sun. Oh, this one's trying to get comfortable. Oh, I'm going to wiggle in there. You can do it. So I'm just going to scan on the side again. I just want to take a look because we had a pied wagtail here this morning. So I'm just looking as well as the three-banded plover that you do get now and again on the side of the dams. Sorry, I'm just trying to get as many. See how many birds we can get here around Djuma Dam and at Okakuyo. I think Djuma Dam we might have a little bit more luck here. I'm trying for another species somewhere. You can hear the woodlands kingfishers, but I just cannot see them. There might be that dead tree. I'm just going to try and scan this dead tree quickly, just to take a look and see if I can find any of them that side. I can hear them. No, nothing in there. Oh, I just love to listen to nature, and just listening to the birds and to all the choruses. I don't think I've looked into these trees, maybe in these two dead trees. I'm just going to quickly have a scan here. As I said, I'm on a mission finding those woodlands kingfishers. They are not far, they won't stay far from the water. Many times use it just to dip in there and capture some water under the feathers to drink, as well as just to keep cool as well. No, it doesn't seem like they are around that side. Alright, looks like so far a little bit unsuccessful with those woodlands. I mean, it's easy to hear them. I can definitely hear them, but I cannot see them. That's the difference. Oh, we've got a oxpecker on the hippo. Nice. Of course, sometimes the oxpeckers will use the hippo as like a foundation, like a little structure. And oh, what was that? Ah, I saw one. I just saw one. I just saw a kingfisher dive into the water there now. Alright, I'm going to try and get there. Sorry, I just want to. I don't want to lose it. I think I see it. I see it. I think I see it. Right? Somewhere here. Somewhere here. Oh, I thought I did see it. But I saw it dive into the water. It'll actually dive at the same place every single time. So let's just double check. I'm going to keep my eyes open here. A little fork-tailed drongo there. Let's see where this kingfisher was diving. There it goes. No, that's not it. It's just a normal Cape turtle dove. I'm just keeping my eyes open, just for that little corner there. And I can see exactly where that woodlands kingfisher is coming from. Oh, my luck, it's not going to do it again. Come on. Oh, well, there's another small little bird that's running around there on the edge. Could that be the wagtail? It might be the pied wagtail that I was talking about. Yeah, there it is. There's a pied wagtail. Fantastic. I'm glad to get a little pied wagtail here. That is also quite nice. And I absolutely love catching little insects around. And just like your pied crows, and it's once again also just the black and white. And why the wagtail? You'll see now and again, especially when it starts hunting, see the little tail wagging when it's hunting and looking for insects. That long tail of it, little wags around. So, that's green now. It'll be nice to get. Fantastic if we can get them aside. We don't really get them. We've got Cape wagtail, definitely. I've seen Cape wagtail this side. I've seen them, of course, in Gauteng and Lowveld area, down in the Cape. I think Cape wagtail is quite widespread. Almost the same as your pied wagtail. Pied wagtail, you'll pretty much see it through South Africa, except on the western side of South Africa. So more like central, down to the coast, and of course the eastern side. Nice, I was hoping for a little pied wagtail. I can see a fish in them. Lorraine, why do drongos imitate other calls or calls of other animals or other birds? So I've seen most of the drongo doing the imitation of pearl-spotted owlet. Sometimes they'll do that so they don't have any competition in that same vicinity, in that same area. So when it imitates as a pearl-spotted owlet, other pearl-spotted owlets are going to think, oh, but there's one already in that area. I'm not going to go there because it's already been occupied. Rather go to another place, another area, and of course it just feels that the drongo's got more space to catch insects and have more food for itself, and it doesn't have to have all that competition. So it's clever. It just mimics those other birds. I think mimicry is very important for the drongo. What else does it mimic? I think it mimics a book makiri. So, but we don't get book makiris here in the Lowveld. And Brook Makiris will get down at Amakala side. And I think you also get them in Madikwe, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm not too sure. I don't know. I have to take a look there. But yeah, so they'll also imitate. And same situation. So they'll just imitate the Brook Makiri, and it'll kind of think, okay, well, I'm not going to go in that area because it's already been occupied. And it's clever. I think the drongos are little feisty little birds, and I think they, especially when they go for the birds of prey and sitting and mobbing them, they definitely got quite a heavy heart. A big heart, not a heavy heart, but a big heart. A heavy heart won't make sense. Okay, so I'm just going to look here quickly. We've got this oxpecker that's just, I think maybe kind of feeding off some parasites that's sitting on top of the hippo. Oh, there's another one. Beautiful red-billed oxpeckers opening their mouths, getting pretty hot. So many times when they do get hot, you'll find birds opening their beaks like that. Gula fluttering and try and get as much heat out of the body as possible and try and cool down. But the one is drinking and the other one is just pretty much picking off little things off the hippo's back. I'm sure Dewey is enjoying that. And sometimes you'll also find that these oxpeckers, what they'll do, then if a hippo's got an injury like a crack on it due to fighting, maybe due to the skin cracking and not getting enough, not keeping the skin wet enough, and it starts bleeding, and you'll find the oxpeckers many times will come on top of the hippo's back and will actually feed off the blood itself. And call them hemorrhaphagia. The hemorrhaphagia, of course, getting a lot of protein and nutrients out of that blood for themselves, and very important. And I've seen that as well with buffaloes as well. So if buffaloes have got those injuries on their backs and they're not looking too great, you'll find those oxpeckers will pick away at it, and of course going for the plasma as well. And those feed on the plasma, so the white and the red blood cells. looks like I just spotted a beautiful lilac-breasted roller. Looks like a lilac-breasted roller. Yep. Yes, lovely in the tree. You can see that beautiful. Oh, can't really see, but it has got beautiful lilac colors on the breast and the beautiful blue wings. And that's just pretty much getting quite hot there. So the beak is open. And definitely one of the most. Well, somebody was asking what's the most prettiest bird that I see around. Yeah, and I thought I answered it was the lilac-breasted roller. Yes, most probably for many people. Well, it might be a cliche that, but I think it is a stunning bird. Oh, it's gone. Just the colors, and just the way it presents itself. I'm not too sure where it's gone to now. It looks like it's definitely moved away. I'm going to go a little bit out there, just take a look. But yeah, there is actually a very interesting story about the lilac-breasted roller. So I think I see a few times on Drive, I've always mentioned this story. But I know back in the 1800s, because it's such a pretty bird and the beautiful feathers and all that, because of the prettiness of it, and there was no like cell phones and no kind of SMSs, and I'm talking about the 1800s. And if a guy was very interested in a woman and he wanted to ask her hand in marriage, what he'll do, he would of course grab a feather of a lilac-breasted roller, and what he'll do, he'll put it in an envelope, and of course with the words or with a little bit of a letter there, and he will send somebody on horseback to go and deliver that envelope to the lady. And it could be kilometers away, it could be days away, it could be, I'm not too sure, months away. But if she receives that envelope, she'll open it up and she'll take a look, and if she sees that feather with, of course, the letter, the note, she'll read the note, she'll look at the feather, and she'll first, of course, she'll know that that individual is asking her hand in marriage. If she leaves the feather in the envelope, if she doesn't take that feather out, and she leaves the note with her little bit of a note as well inside there, and she sends it back to the guy, what happens is when he receives that envelope and there's no feather inside, pretty much the answer is yes, I will take your hand, I'll give my hand in marriage to you and we can get married. But if the feather is left behind in that envelope, unfortunately it will be a no-no. It'll be just like, I'm sorry, but I think it's not going to happen. So that's why in Afrikaans they call it a troupand. A troupand means, trou means marriage. And pand is actually like a band, a married band. So a marriage band. So that's where they say the whole idea of that feather of the lilac-breasted roller. Lovely. I always enjoy it. That's always look for those feathers everywhere. If there's a feather of a lilac-breasted roller, I will pick it up. Definitely. It is pretty. Stunning. Sorry, truly, I did not copy a thing. I just heard Grant. Go again with that question, please. Oh, I believe that situation applies to all cultures. Is that what you're saying? All cultures. Grant, no, I'm not too sure. Well, the thing is, I know that was the Afrikaans culture as well. It could be maybe as well with the Shangaan culture. I know the Shangaan culture, they'll actually use those feathers in the bride's, how can I say, hair. So they'll put all those beautiful coloration feathers in the bride's hair, and it'll be part of, the wedding decoration or the bride's decoration, because it's so pretty. So I think that's where that one comes in. So I'm not too sure with the whole story. The story I was telling just now was just pretty much I don't even know if it's a true story. I think it was just more of a one of these interesting things that's come about on why is it called a tropan in Afrikaans. So yes, I might. I'm not too sure. But thanks, Grant. Yes, it'll be very interesting. And I can imagine still doing that today. And well, you can still use those feathers. You can still use those feathers as decoration, for sure. Definitely. Put it in your hair, put it in your cap, hat. You never know. Always can be quite pretty that way. Looks like old Dewey's decided to maybe reposition for the first time in hours. Well, I don't think repositioning. I think repositioning was overestimated there. I think he just lifted his head. There's something else on the other side. There's another bird species. I'm just taking that. No, it's a terrapin. I just saw a little terrapin. Almost looks like a terrapin that's walking on water. What is that? Is he sitting on a log or something? What? Huh. It might be lying on a log or like a little stick that's just below the surface, and it almost looks like this terrapin is just kind of levitating above the water. That's definitely a special terrapin.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Medikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
I think I also heard a Wahlberg's eagle then now, a very high pitch. I know the Wahlbergs, they do nest not too far from here. And, well, the road is called Wahlberg's Eagle Nest, so I'm sure there's the Wahlberg's Eagles will be around that area. But just looking at this tree now, we're talking about ring barking. Now, this is a perfect example. Well, this knobthorn is not going to survive no more. I'm sure it's going to be perishing, if it hasn't perished already. So I'll double check. Yeah, you can see there's not even leaves coming onto the tree anymore. So there's no transport system to really kind of transport the water and the nutrients to the leaves and back and forth. And that's usually done by a layer called the cambium layer. So that's the layer I'm just going to see if I can get the focus here right. Maybe not. Am I going to get it right? No. Oh, there it is. Alright, so you'll just see just underneath the bark itself. Sorry, I think I can't get too close there. Just underneath the bark is the cambium layer. So that, as I said, that layer transports the water and nutrients back and forth. So if the elephant comes and ring barks this tree, in other words, you take that layer off right around the tree, he won't eat the bark because the bark has got no nutritional value to an elephant. He wants that cambium layer. And if he ring barks, he'll take that, bring the bark off, and the bark is just to protect the cambium layer. Take the bark off, and then of course they put their tusk in, and then they start stripping it off slowly but surely around the tree, and we call it ring barking. So it ring barks the tree, and once that cambium layer is taken off right around the tree, just like this one that I've got on screen, of course that tree has got no more transport system for that water, and usually takes maybe a season, maybe some of them maybe 2 seasons. It depends on the timing of the ring barking, and you'll find that tree will then perish and die and end up with like another dead tree around the area. Especially with the knobthorn, they won't just fall over. The wood inside is very hard. The trunk itself, very, very hard, very stable. Oh, and we've got a hornbill. And so they won't just get pushed over like the marula tree. If a marula tree is ring barked, the wood boring beetles, termites really kind of destroy the tree very quickly then, because it's pretty much exposed to the wood boring beetles. And then you'll take, no, it doesn't take much, like a big old wind or something to kind of just push that tree over. That's for the marula tree. But the knobthorn tree, it takes a little bit more to kind of get this one pushed over. What attracts some birds to dead trees? Well, Lillian, it's a few things that attracts birds to dead trees. First of all, if it's a bird that does a nest in a dead tree, of course it's going to attract it. So something like as I said, like your woodpeckers, your starlings, your barbets, your kingfishers, woodlands kingfishers, even the rollers or your rollers, they also pretty much enjoy the dead trees, enjoy those little hollowed out areas of the dead tree. It's perfect. That's their nesting areas. That's what they like. On top of that as well, what attracts birds to dead trees is something like the vultures, birds of prey. So instead of flying into a tree that is very much kind of thick, a lot of the canopy is very thick, a lot of foliage around, a lot of branches, and if that vulture has to land into a very thick tree, it could do damage to its feathers. And the feathers to certain birds of prey, like your vultures for instance, is very important because they catch, they go very high, and they need those feathers to be maintained perfectly. So there's no problems if they do go high, just to kind of catch those thermals, and it is in pristine condition. So why they go to a dead tree is less foliage, less branches, much more open, and it's easier for them to land, and less damage is done to their feathers. So very important to them. So yeah, that was pretty much attracts the dead trees. On top of that, another thing as well, if you look at something like the African harrier hawk. Now the African harrier hawk pretty much goes from dead tree to dead tree, same as your wood hoopoes. But let's go to the African harrier hawk first of all. So the African harrier hawk will actually go to dead tree because your certain bird species will be nesting in there. Your squirrels will have their drays in those dead trees. And that's what an African harrier hawk is looking for. It's looking for the nests, it's looking for the drays, it's looking for those, the chicks and that to kind of grab. And that's always there in the dead trees. So that's attracting the African harrier hawk to get from one dead tree to the next dead tree. That's why it's always nice watching them, because it's nice to see how they kind of go from one to the next. On top of that is then, of course, your African greenback wood hoopoes, or your semi-table wood hoopoes. They pretty much go from dead tree to dead tree, looking for any little grubs, any wood-boring larvae and grubs that's inside of those holes. And that's pretty much food source. And as well as little termites. You know, you've got the termites that's busy creeping up on the dead tree, just underneath the bark. Of course, you'll find that they'll try and put their beaks, with those long, thin beaks, between the bark itself, and grabbing all those little termites out from there. So yes, dead trees attract a lot of things, a lot of birds. There's always reasons to it. It just shows you how important these dead trees are to the ecosystem, to the environment, to the whole system that's happening around these areas. And I understand a lot of people are like, yeah, but it is sad. You know? Yes, it is. I mean, a huge tree could be demolished and killed in a matter of minutes, for sure. I agree. But it's also sustaining a whole lot of other species. I'm still just looking for that grey heron. I'm a little bit disappointed that grey heron has decided to fly off right at the end here, because I really was keen to see if that grey heron is going to fish for anything. Well, I see something fluttering around there. I might be lucky. No, it's a hodidal and a blacksmith lapwing. Well, it's nice to see these hodidals here as well. Well, it's nice, but I think hodidals is pretty much a nemesis to many a South African, especially in the cities where they are so noisy. Not the most horrendous call, if I may call it that, because yeah, but very important for the places, very important, as I said, very much aerating the lawns, pushing that long beaks into the lawns, trying to grab some of the little earthworms and little bugs out the ground. And by doing that, if they're just aerating those lawns all the time, putting a lot of that oxygen inside of the soil, and of course making that grass grow so much more lush and much better. You got one or two little clouds in the sky. Not a bad day today. Not a bad day at Djuma at all. Wow. Definitely, they are going to have a fantastic drive this afternoon with this weather. Fantastic. I miss it. It looks so good there. Looks so inviting. Well, as you know, it's if you have missed anything during the day or during our drive or during Escape to Nature, we have our best bits. So if you're not able to watch the full show, you can always download our app, the Wild Earth app, and watch the highlights and the best bits from each show, of course, including this Escape to Nature. It is always nice. So make sure the main thing is download the Wild Earth app. Very, very simple. And then you can watch all the amazing highlights. And there was some incredible stuff happening today. I mean, I think Kariega was on song today. Kariega had so many amazing sightings with ostriches, 2 male ostriches busy going at each other. 2 male ostriches absolutely had quite a fight between each other, trying to compete definitely for dominance there. And as well as Liam had, and Kariega, he had that beautiful secretary bird that was chasing all the yellow-billed kites around. A lot of interaction between the birds, which was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. Something that I definitely also enjoyed myself today, definitely. So yes, some fantastic, once again, some fantastic sightings all around. And of course, Lauren had that amazing herd of elephants coming down towards the dam, which was quite nice. It was quite adorable. Some cute little youngsters, some nice calves that was there. So I almost thought something was lying in the shade on the right hand side there. It looked like, sorry, I remembered like this, anyway, that's like a little bit more of a damper note now, but yeah, I remembered once or twice coming past here, and we used to always get to Tlalumba's 2 youngsters that used to always hang around just this little area, and always keeping my eyes open for that little section. You never know what leopard is lying there again. So yes, very nice little area that. Alright, we are just going to look at old Dewey, and as he has got a friend, Dewey and his friend. Hello. A little serrated hinged turpin. It's decided to latch upon Dewey's back and hitch a ride. Get a bit of a nice basking in some nice sun here for the afternoon. Taylor, you are welcome. Thank you so much for joining us on Escape to Nature. It is also, as I said once again, it was definitely entertaining. There was nice birding. We did a lot of good old birding and competing with Liam to get as many birds. But I think Liam definitely took the cake there for Escape to Nature with his secretary bird and his male ostriches that were displaying and fighting like that. So I'll have to give that one to Liam in Kariega today. So yes, fantastic sighting that he had. But yes, I just also want to say thank you so much for sending us all the most amazing questions, some amazing comments as well through today. We do appreciate it. It is always nice keeping us on our toes and all that, and we do appreciate it. But yeah, make sure that you do stick with us, because straight after Escape to Nature is Penguin Beach, and I'm hoping that it is going to be fantastic as always, and I'm sure that everybody is going to be enjoying it. Thank you for joining us for Escape to Nature. Bye.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Penguin Beach. It is turning out to be a stunner of a day down here in Betty's Bay. My name is Danelle Wenzel. I'm a marine biologist and a naturalist, and I'll be here with you live for the next 60 minutes as we hang out with our African penguins. I'm so stoked to be back. Our penguins are excited to be back. I mean, look at them. They're basically doing cartwheels. So without further ado, we're going to throw it on over to them. Interesting fact about penguins. Penguins can indeed not do cartwheels, unfortunately. They also can't fly. But what they can do with those amazing wings that